So I'm only doing this, aren't I?
If you want.
It's Tasmania.
The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
If we tender it now, then materials available to get the update. So,
Ms Hogan-Doran, good morning.
good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I was just...
I know it's 9:30, but yeah, we're good.
That's good. So that the material can be uploaded to the website promptly in the course of the morning, hopefully. I tender from the further amended tender list circulated to parties, Exhibit 23.3.1, which is the Emergency Management Victoria response to the notice to give interstate assistance scenarios. That's dated 15 July. That's all that is required for this morning. Then I'll tender the material for Tasmania, which Mr Glover will take. That's items 23.4.1 through to 23.4.8, and that includes the Department of Police, Fire and Emergency Management Tasmania response to the notice to give interstate scenarios, 13 July 2020. I might just note that Tasmania, I think, were the first to respond.
That was good. Actually, they were too. I noted that.
And 23.5.1, which is the South Australian Country Fire Service response to the interstate assistance scenarios, and also 3 additional pieces of evidence, 23.6.1 through to 23.6.3. 23.6.1 is the independent review of South Australia's 2019-2020 bushfire season that I referred to in my opening. 23.6.2 is the South Australian Government's response to that independent review. And 23.6.3 is the South Australian Government's actions to be completed for the next bushfire season, which is a separate document that's been published by the government there.
Okay. So we will take all those exhibits as marked. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This morning we have Victoria. I call Mr Chris Stevenson, the Deputy Commissioner Operations of Emergency Management Victoria.
Good morning.
Mr Stevenson, Deputy Commissioner Stevenson will take an oath.
I will, thanks.
Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, just for the benefit of the Commissioners, if you could assist them by giving them some indication as to your role, your personal roles and responsibilities.
Yes, certainly. So I'm the Deputy Emergency Management Commissioner, and my role is primarily around operational coordination, and that's in relation to preparedness, response, relief and recovery for major emergencies in Victoria. But probably just to round that out, I also have responsibilities to support our Commissioner, obviously, in his role. So whatever tasks that Commissioner sees fit, I'll support him with. All
right. I want to show a diagram of the Victorian Emergency Management Arrangements. That's RCN 900 052 0026. And just one moment, can't see that far. It's all right. What I'll just ask you to do is to focus on the operational phase rather than the planning phase, and that part of it that concerns response. We can see in this array that there are control agencies. I think from the evidence we heard from New South Wales yesterday, the equivalent are called combat agencies under the New South Wales structure, but as I understand it, they're essentially the same, just a different nomenclature. My initial question to you is to get a sense from you within the emergency management framework how there is coordination between these different control agencies in the response phase.
Certainly. So those control agencies obviously have accountabilities and responsibilities under their own legislation. And typically the way it works is if emergencies are primarily one agency response, for example, if it was a house fire in the country area of Victoria, then that responsibility would fall under the Country Fire Authority. However, when we have major emergency in Victoria, if they're declared a Class 1 emergency, then they come under the state control arrangements. And what effectively happens then is our Emergency Management Commissioner appoints a State Response Controller, and that State Response Controller assumes some of the accountabilities of those agencies. And then I think we refer to it mainly as an all emergencies approach in Victoria. So those agencies come together in our State Control Centre and we work as one across Victoria for whatever the emergency may be.
And as we can see from that diagram, as from 1 July 2020, there's a new merged body, Fire Rescue Victoria. Could you just explain to the Commissioners or describe to the Commissioners that merger and how that will then work within the coordination of the overall emergency management going forward?
Certainly. So if we look at the information on the screen, we had an organisation prior to the 1st of July that was the Metropolitan Fire Brigade. That agency has now been redefined as Fire Rescue Victoria. So effectively what the Victorian Government has done is realise that due to the increasing spread of the urban footprint, if you like, there was a need for our professional services in Victoria to expand. So what it's effectively done is take the paid services from the Country Fire Authority, amalgamated those with the Metropolitan Fire Brigade, and that's the new organisation, which is Fire Rescue Victoria. And the other component to this is to make the Country Fire Authority solely a volunteer agency in Victoria. So we now have clear delineation between the volunteer agency in Victoria, the CFA, Country Fire Authority, and Fire Rescue Victoria, which is a professional, urban, if you like, response agency in Victoria.
And what will be the mechanisms for coordination between what is now a wholly volunteer organisation in the CFA and the new Fire Rescue Victoria?
So effectively, previously, the MSB and the Country Fire Authority liaised quite closely and responded often to the same incident, and that hasn't changed. So all of the previous arrangements around joint response still exist. It's just redefined the footprint, if you like, of those agencies, and that's primarily due to increasing urban sprawl. So it's not only those two agencies, and if we look at that list there, all of those lists we liaise quite regularly in Victoria, and we have frameworks in place to do that. So we have the State Emergency Management Team framework, and primarily for these agencies, it's our state control team. So when we have or we're predicting major emergencies, all of those agencies come together under the state control team and work together.
Right. Well, we may explore some more of that in the course of the questions I had. Now, I'm going to take you to the scenario, and use that as a method just to develop some issues or themes with you, if I may, Deputy Commissioner. As a preliminary point, in the scenario response, which is EMV 0018 0001 0001. Commissioners, you have that document, right? Now I've got it printed on a very large piece of paper because it will be easier to see. Now, what I want to do is just a preliminary point, which is to understand how the State of Victoria forms a view as to the current and predicted bushfire risk or the situation. There's some reference later in the response at 0003 in answer to question 4 about taking into account matters such as predictive forecasting tools, and I think what's referred to there is matters such as data metrics based on soil dryness and recent rainfall. But the Commission has received other evidence from the State of Victoria which identifies that a residual risk assessment framework is the method by which you identify your fuel loads, how that will then play into your assessment of bushfire risk. And I just wanted to draw that out from you, particularly given you've got your operational responsibilities.
Sure. So primarily in Victoria, to predict, we use the predictive services. So it's a whole range of tools. So obviously the Bureau of Meteorology provide us with seasonal outlooks, which leading into 1920 was obviously quite a significant fire season, and the seasonal outlook indicated that through extreme underlying dryness in the landscape in Victoria, as it was up the eastern seaboard of Australia. So that's one mechanism that we use. So obviously predicting a hotter and drier bushfire season and a longer season, and that's a key point as well, because the draw on resources is not necessarily too bad if the season is short. However, we had a very early season in Victoria and it extended right through into early this year. The other metrics that you talk about as far as fuel loads, yes, they are all important metrics, and the residual risk is basically the risk left in the landscape after fuels are treated. And I'm pretty sure that Delp spoke to that earlier in the Commission. So that's another factor. So it's fuel loads, it's soil dryness, it's weather, and all those things contribute to what fire behaviour we may expect in Victoria over a summer period. So higher fuel loads, hotter, drier weather, more extreme fire behaviour. So they're all used, not one single tool, if you like. They have to be used in unison. Fire needs fuel, it needs certain temperatures, and it needs certain weather to increase fire behaviour. And I will point out in Victoria this year, the fire behaviour we saw was absolutely extreme. Like firefighters said, behaviour that they've never seen before.
Now, I'll just take you back to the commencement of that answer. We referred to the Bureau of Meteorology's seasonal outlooks, and I might just have you comment on the most recent seasonal outlook from the Australian Seasonal Bushfire Outlook of July 2020. That's RCN 900 065 0005, and I'll do that because that captures the period of about the next 3 months, which and of course our scenario is set another 2 months on from there. Now the relevant passages concerning Victoria are at 0008, and what we can see is that, what I might ask you, Deputy Commissioner, is what do you take, or what does the EMV take from an outlook like this in terms of its forward planning?
Yeah, so this is exactly the sort of tool that we use to start thinking about what we'll need to do leading into next bushfire season. And probably the first point to note is that it references East Gippsland and the potential for early fires in East Gippsland due to the dryness still existing in that part of the state. The other component to that is that part of the state was dry last year, the year before, and the year before that. So it's going to take some significant rainfall to reduce the risk to a large scale there. So what we can expect, and we've already seen this to be, to put it on the table, we had a fire in East Gippsland, a 50-hectare bushfire, only 2 weeks ago. So it shows that there is still risk in that part of the state. I must point out...
Sorry, Deputy Commissioner, is it unusual to have a fire in 2 weeks ago was end of June?
Yes. Recent years have seen bushfires, especially in that part of the state. We've had bushfires at the end of winter, early spring, and actually some quite significant fires. A couple of years ago, we had a 10,000 hectare fire. It did burn in coastal area, which is probably more flammable forest types, if you like. Mm-hmm. So what that says to us is our local arrangements in those areas still need to be really keyed into the risk. But if we look across the broader part of the state, we have experienced some good rainfall. And there's two parts to this. I suppose if you look at eastern Victoria, the risk has been unfortunately reduced through large bushfires as well from last year. So, of course, a lot of the area won't burn this year. We move to the west of the state, good rainfall means good crops. And potentially, I think for Victoria, what that may mean this year, if the conditions persist, is our risk is probably more likely in the grassland and the cropping areas of Victoria. So fast-moving grass fires, fires started through potentially through harvesting of crops. So we'll need to tailor our preparedness this year to that sort of regime.
Just while you're assisting the Commission by speaking of how you're tailoring your preparedness for those conditions, we had some evidence yesterday from the State of New South Wales in relation to what measures it is putting in place to deal with the potential that COVID-19 restrictions will impact on both the preparedness for the season and then in response to any bushfires. Could you assist the Commissioners by identifying what steps are being taken to address the potential impact of COVID-19?
Yes, for sure. So we are already addressing some of those risks. So the agencies have pandemic plans. So those plans take into account what we're seeing at the moment. I must say it's been a scale that we didn't expect to enact those plans, but they certainly have plans around business continuity and what it means to their agency. Additionally to that, we've established a response agency task force in Victoria, which those agencies that we had on the screen earlier, get together. Initially it was daily to talk about what they're seeing, what they're experiencing within those agencies, and whether or not we needed to supplement those agencies with other resources to respond to emergencies. So I'll give an example, if you like. So if Ambulance Victoria had a number of staff taken out of service, how could the other agencies support Ambulance Victoria? So those discussions are had on a daily basis. So that's one thing that we've done for the immediate risk, if you like. What we've also started to explore is how we'll prepare for next bushfire season and some of the risks that we see in relation to COVID-19. So some of the things we've done include we've re-looked at our training packages for our responder agencies for the upcoming season, and that includes obviously more remote training and learning so that we don't have to bring large groups of people together. We've also looked, and one of the key components to our preparedness in Victoria is our pre-season briefings, where we, for want of a better term, get everyone on the same page, all of the agencies. And usually we do those in large forums with presentations from the agencies, and it's a good time for us all to get together. Unfortunately, that won't occur this year at this stage, so we're tailoring our pre-season preparedness to remote briefings, if you like. So that's another action we're taking. I think one of the real issues or constraints for the country at the moment is international assistance and what that might look like if required this bushfire season. So we're having some discussions, especially around aviation and how that might look this year in relation to international assistance, but also our local approach. So if you think about aviation, it's a very transient response. So people are moving potentially all around the country and around the state. So we've got some working groups together to start to look at how we manage those risks. They're not. There's certainly going to be some challenges, and we've just got to really hone in on those at the moment and get the best systems in place that we can. Please.
What's the sort of timeline for needing to get aerial resources from overseas in place, and even for interstate arrangements? I mean, how far out from the season does the drawbridge come down, and then back up?
Yeah, so a lot of those resources are on multi-year contracts, so they're already contracted. We do have some other resources that we're going to the market for this year. And there's a combination between national resources and state resources. So a lot of those are already contracted. So it's more about the logistics of how we would bring them into the state. And look, we absolutely just have to take the advice of the Chief Health Officer in relation to this, that agencies might like to act in a certain way, but we need to be conscious of the health advice, and we'll work closely with the Department of Health and Human Services in Victoria for whatever that looks like this year. But I suppose the other point I'll make in relation to that is in Victoria, we obviously have a risk-based approach, and so at the end of the day, it will be a balance of risk between the health risk and the risk of and the significance of the potential bushfire season that we may see.
New South Wales also gave some evidence of changes they've already made to their relief and evacuation centres. Has Victoria made similar changes yet?
Yeah, so probably worth pointing out that Victoria, the chance of an emergency in Victoria and all emergencies, probably more likely a flood in the short term than a fire. So we've already tested our arrangements in relation to relief centres and our incident control centres as well, and how they may operate in this environment. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I just mentioned a risk-based approach. So in the scenario testing that we've done for flood, we talked about, is it better to leave someone in situ or to move them to a relief centre? And certainly, you would move someone if the risk was high to their property and to their life. So our state priorities dictate that. That's how we would react. And then we've talked about some nuancing in a relief centre about how that might work, how we might manage people. And it may be as simply as down to that we may need, we may need two where we once only needed one to allow for physical distancing.
All right. Commissioners, did you have any other questions on COVID? All right, thank you. That can be taken down, Paredo. All right. In the scenario response, in the assessment of resources, it said that information on resources capacity is fed up into the State Control Centre via the command and control arrangements, and that the Emergency Management Commissioner ultimately makes the decision to request additional resources on the advice of the State Control Team. And this is the part I want to drill into. Control and support agencies are relied upon to provide educated assumptions about capacity and availability, and you note elsewhere in the response that Victoria does not have a single matrix or tool to determine when resource capacity or availability is likely to be exceeded. Who tells the control and support agencies how to make the assumption? Is there guidance about the kind of assumptions they're making, or when you say educated assumptions, are that in the sense of just relying on their experience? Could you assist on that?
So if we look at the arrangements in Victoria, so when we have active emergencies, there's three tiers, if you like. So there's the incident management tier, we have a regional tier and a state tier. So when we talk about the educated assumptions, they really cascade through those tiers. So if we had an emergency, if you like, at a local level, we would be asking those incident control teams to predict what their resource requirements are likely to be. And that's a forecast usually of a week to 2 weeks ahead. When those teams forecast issues with resourcing, they'll then escalate that to a regional tier, which will do a similar exercise, basically have a look at what's going on in the region, not just at the incident level. And then they will forecast to the state to say we're starting to see some pressures, or we forecast that we may have pressures in 2 weeks' time. And that might be simply because we think our crews and our teams are reaching fatigue levels. So what that'll then do is cascade up to the state, and the state will then look at the broader state resourcing and prioritise those resources across the state based on risk.
We have 002.
So in the state, we prepare a state strategic operations plan, and that plan includes a strategic resourcing component. And the idea of that is to to use our resources as best we can around the state the most efficient way. Excuse me, that's not only in response to the current event, but also in preparedness for anything else that might start around the state. So it's a cascading approach, but obviously resourcing is not just the here and now, it's the preparedness component at the start of the season as well. So if we forecast a big season...
Yep.
Sorry.
No. Sorry, I wanted to cut in, but then you started to say something I wanted to hear, so I apologise for interrupting you, Deputy Commissioner. Just so that I can assist the Commissioners and those who are following online, if we could just focus in on the green under the State Identification of Resource Requirements. Thank you, yes. And what I was going to ask you, and it may be that you could take it from here, in the 246 dot point, there's reference to the Strategic Operational Plan and Strategic Resourcing Plan. You did mention the Strategic Resourcing Plan. I understand that's a document that's produced weekly. You just moved to a more, what I might call, a sort of a seasonal plan. If you could just distinguish between the two and give us some sense as to how the Strategic Resourcing Plan is drawn together.
Okay, so from a seasonal perspective, if we think about the allocation of our resources, it'll be based on risk. So that could be, aircraft. Where do we best position aircraft in Victoria based on risk? And as we discussed earlier, this year it might be that we decide to allocate more aircraft to the west of the state than we normally do, and that will have a cascading effect through our human resources. So the agencies such as Forest Fire Management Vic and CFA may look at how they redistribute their resource base to accommodate that. So that's the broader context, if you like. Then the strategic resourcing plan is more of the medium-term look. So we will have a week-to-week plan for the incidents that are ongoing, but the strategic plan really says what's going on in Victoria, what's the likelihood of the need for resources in coming weeks, and how will we arrange the resources in our state to accommodate that. So a good example would be 1920, where our strategic resourcing plan, the east of the state, was in a whole lot of trouble in relation to the amount of fire in the landscape. So the strategic resourcing plan then allocated teams from other parts of the state to supplement those teams in Gippsland and the northeast. So we actually physically allocated, for example, the Grampians to East Gippsland as a supporting team. So that plan looked at those resources. The other thing, as I mentioned, it ensures that we maintain a capability to respond in the rest of the state. And 1920 was a great example. Even though the focus was on the east of the state, we still had fires across the rest of Victoria that needed to be dealt with. And this plan helps do that.
Now, if we could just have a look under where it's highlighted, down to the end of those 6 indented dot points, we've got information on how any shortfalls are currently being managed and any further required steps. What kind of visibility and, for example, a register or what kind of a database, what kind of tracking do you do of the resources that you have available to you? And is that how shortfalls are calculated?
Yeah, so once again, that strategic resourcing plan assists with this. So the incidents have roles that they need to fill in incident management teams and on-ground crews. So they will certainly let the region and the state know if there are shortfalls in those specific roles. So that's the here and now, if you like. And then the other shortfalls that we look to, we would say, as the plan does, look, the west of the state's not such high risk, so we'll use the west of the state to supplement the east. I think the other point that's worth making here is when you have a really big season like last year and like this scenario, there is a chance that at some point your resources will be exhausted. That's a reality. So there is another mechanism here which is quite critical, and that is the prioritisation of our response. And we have state control priorities, which are obviously the primacy of life and property, and protection of property is paramount, cascading down. So if we have fires where that risk is higher, then we will reallocate our resources accordingly. So there will come a time, as I said, when things are exhausted, and we simply need to do that.
We heard in evidence earlier from you that the CFA is now solely a volunteer organisation under the new arrangements post 1 July 2020 or from 1 July 2020. What kind of information do you have available to you? New South Wales, we heard yesterday they've been developing an app to track fatigue and deployment periods for volunteers. How does Victoria deal with that issue?
So the Country Fire Authority is probably better placed to answer that more holistically, but my understanding is that there are guidelines that we have around shift lengths, how many shifts people should do, and that's all part of people's training and their awareness packages. One of the things that we do with volunteers in Victoria quite well is they're a vital resource. They are a huge part of our resource base. So, for example, in 1920, to manage the fatigue of volunteers, and it's quite difficult because they are very passionate people and always want to contribute, one of the things that we did is establish strike teams within those volunteer bases and had them ready for the peak days. So we asked them to rest on days of less activity, if you like, and when we had forecasts like we had in this scenario, we would ask them to rest up to be available. So they weren't always responding. But on those peak days when we needed community support and community protection, then we would have them available. So our local CFA brigades, their management helps manage this. And while we say CFA is a purely volunteer organisation, that is in response. They do have some staff and an executive structure that helps manage those volunteer brigades.
All right. Well, we might go to them for some further details. Yes, Chair.
Oh, no, keep going until you finish this bit, then I've got a question.
All right. Just lost my train of thought. Strike teams. Is that a common term across the Australian emergency management or particularly firefighting agencies?
So, yes, it is. It's some agencies, like in Victoria, they're different compositions, if you like. So in Victoria, we even have some different terminology between agencies, but that basically means that you're getting a different package of resources.
I see.
So a task force, is commonly used in Forest Fire Management Victoria's vernacular, whereas strike teams are more commonly used in the CFA's
I see.
resource base.
It is a phrase that we see, for example, in the sort of cross-border arrangements or the sharing of resources interstate, that often what is being sought and deployed is a strike team, from which I understood it to mean it potentially was a sort of a complete unit that was able to be deployed as a group into a situation, and so therefore were able to use their own equipment and communications within the team, and that was a workaround to the problem that, for example, not all communication systems are interoperable between the different fire agencies. Is that a fair summary of that position?
Yeah, so it's a good way for jurisdictions to know what they're getting, if you like. So if they request a strike team, they know what it comes with. So it'll be tankers and resources, human resource. It'll be command vehicles. So when a jurisdiction says we'd like 3 strike teams, they know what they get. We can deploy teams to use other jurisdictions' equipment. It just quite often means there's additional risk assessments that we would undertake purely for the health and safety and the familiarisation of that equipment with our crews.
If we can go down to the next section where stay within that, please, to the next dot point. We can see critical role shortfalls as an aspect of planning a matter that needs to be taken into consideration in the planning. And in the second line of that, we see that the scenario described would likely constitute a code red day in Victoria, and it is acknowledged that resource exhaustion may occur in line with a code red day, where resources may need to be reprioritised to enact code red arrangements, but also may result from an increased response load in the landscape alone. I just want to unpack that sentence a little bit. What that suggests is that code red is not just a warning to members of the community, but has a consequence or is a trigger to a reprioritisation to arrangements that are already planned in advance. Could you just speak to that and then perhaps provide that clarification and then expand further as to what consequences there would be to the response phase?
Certainly. So a code red is obviously a forecast set of conditions, and it's the most extreme conditions in Victoria. So in relation, if we forecasted a code red, there would be a range of things that we would do. We would know that would be a very active day for us in Victoria. So some of the practical things that we might do leading into that day is to rest crews, as I mentioned, with our volunteers. We may ask all volunteers to have a couple of days rest. Don't be active on current fires. And we would also look at that code red is not necessarily across the entire state. It may be a portion of the state. So we would look to how we may reposition our workforce around the state to accommodate that. The other thing code red does is it is a trigger for other agencies, if you like, outside of those agencies that we highlighted before, such as it could be the Department of Education and what they need to do to enact their plans for that day. So it's actually if you like, a red flag to everyone in the community and agencies that there are steps that need to be taken. The other thing it does is it helps us in our communications to the community about their preparedness. Mm-hmm. For example, we may ask people in high-risk areas within that code red area to leave early on that day to reduce the risk to those communities. So it's not just about more resources, it's about how the community and how the whole of Victoria responds to the set of conditions that it looks like we're going to face.
I might just pause there for the Chair's question.
Yeah, actually, that leads into where I wanted to ask. Now, if I go back, Commissioner, the Strategic Operational Plan, Victoria takes an all-hazards approach, right? And you've described that very well. It has a lot of structure around that. I just want to see, do you take an all-capability approach to the response? So in the Strategic Operational Plan, is that responsible, because it is strategic across the state, does that bring into account all response and potentially activating recovery assets, or is it only in a particular area? And I'll go straight to the point. All the LGAs that we've talked to in Victoria during the fire season were overloaded quite rapidly there. So does the Strategic Operational Plan look across the state capabilities, or really just down the emergency response capabilities and not acknowledge that actually the LGAs are a part of that emergency response?
No, it certainly does consider the broader Victorian response. So it may include, once we get into sort of relief and recovery phases, we may then put in the strategic operation plans what activities we need to do or what we're forecasting in those areas. So, for example, it might be the need to work with LGAs on potential relief centres or whatever that may be. The other thing we have in Victoria is a state emergency management team, and that team is an amalgamation, if you like, of not just the responder agencies, but local government Victoria, education, energy, a whole range of agencies that come together there. So while our strategic operations plan will, say how we're going to operate, we have our other mechanisms where we engage with the broader sector and the broader Victorian community to make sure that we're looking at those risks coming up. But I absolutely do understand that LGAs are overwhelmed in such a big season such as the last.
Okay, so I think what you said then, there's a mechanism in place where you coordinate, and you talked about activating a recovery centre and going in, but that's moving your resources in. The issue the LGAs raised was they themselves were overwhelmed, and it was up to an association to move people across borders with really not a lot of high-level oversight. It was just what deals they could do through an association to move council people to do those council functions. So I assume that's not in that strategic operational plan.
There's some of that is coordinated from the state level,
Okay.
Commissioner. So we have a state relief and recovery manager in our structure and relief and recovery teams that actually work with those local government areas and will help facilitate. And I know this happened in 1920, the movement of people from LGAs across to impacted LGAs to assist. And I'm sure LGAs do that by their own mechanisms as well, but we certainly did do some coordination of that from a state level as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Well, I was just thinking, while we've interrupted Ms Hogan-Doran, while it wasn't a continuation of that question, I might ask one that I was intrigued by. Thank you. We know that there's a lot of interjurisdictional discussion and help and everything during the response phase. What I was just curious about, Victoria's got this strategic operational plan and you're looking at all the risk frameworks in advance. I'm just curious as to what degree there is discussion between the jurisdictions to actually deal with this what I would call advanced planning and taking from each other what might be to get a best practice, or whether in your experience each state formulates its own, and the interjurisdictional activity tends to be more at the response phase.
Yeah, so I think there are a number of things that we do in preparation, if you like. So we have cross-border arrangements and interjurisdictional arrangements that are exercised, if you like, even prior to the season. So, especially on those immediate borders. So if we look at, the New South and Victorian border and the South Australian border, we have agreements and relationships where we actually exercise what might happen in a season, how we will work together, some of the nuances that we may need to work through, like communications. And a great example of that would be in far eastern Victoria. There's like a 15-kilometre zone either side of the border where...
Yes, no, I understand. Sorry. I do wish to interrupt. That actually wasn't... I understand that there are cross-border, planning perhaps. I'm going back a step to the actual breadth of your, the construction of your operational plan, the way you do it, the way you prepare, as a statewide exercise, the extent to which you... liaise with other jurisdictions, just as to develop a best practice, if I can call it that. I'm not talking about actually how you respond, but rather in this, when you set up these frameworks and these strategies that you're looking to implement, as you go down at the earlier part, is there a mechanism between the different bodies or commissioners to look to see how other states formally, in a formal sense, to look to see how other states do it and perhaps look at something that is done in Western Australia and go, oh, we didn't think of that, we'll import that into our operational plan. It's that sort of thing that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, there certainly is. So there's a number of, obviously, Commonwealth national bodies that the states contribute to, and the chiefs and commissioners are part of those. If I could give a good example in relation to the national use of aircraft. So there's NAFSI, obviously the body, NAFSI. So I'm a part of NAFSI, and recently Victoria has trialled some new mechanisms for the way it tracks aircraft and the usage of aircraft in Victoria. I've taken that to NAFSI as a national body, and NAFSI's now exploring how that might be used across all jurisdictions in Australia. So that sort of sharing is quite common. But the actual tools that we use can quite often be quite different, Commissioner. So our state strategic operation plan isn't necessarily the same in New South Wales or Tasmania.
No, well, thank you very much.
All right. While we're still in question 1 on this page, can we now go to the bottom segment, which commences the Emergency Management Commission as a single point of contact for the sharing of resource requests. I'll just wait for that to blown up so that you and I, Deputy Commissioner, can see it. I'm not sure if you can. I'm not sure if it improved things. Essentially, I'll tell you the issue I have here. It says here that if the request for additional resources can't be filled within the state control team will advise the Emergency Management Commissioner of the need for more resources. Then the Emergency Management Commissioner would make the request to the most appropriate alternative jurisdiction via the NRSC. I just want to get clarity. Is it intended to be conveyed by this sentence that the request to alternative jurisdictions will only occur once there's been a determination that local resources have been exhausted? Because the way that is put suggests that you won't do anticipatory reach outs to other jurisdictions, or might not go to other jurisdictions, even though within parts of Victoria there has been exhaustion of local resources, but over the course of the whole of Victoria you still could potentially reprioritise.
Yeah, so what that's referring to is when we make the request, the Commissioner has to authorise a request if it's outside of the state or obviously international requests. Our forecasting of resource requirements actually absolutely feeds into this. So 1920 was a great example when before Christmas we realised, obviously with the significance of the season, the early fire season and the fires we already had in the landscape, that we predicted that at a point in time we would need additional resources. We knew, looking at the rest of the country, that it was going to be difficult to get resources from New South Wales, which we quite often share resources, or the other jurisdictions. So we forecast that we would need assistance, and therefore weeks before that assistance was needed, we went to the NRSC and the like to access international resources, which we received post-Christmas. So there is a forecasting component to it. It's not just reactive, but that refers to the Commissioner being the person that has to authorise.
Yes, I think the point, as you say, is that the response, that paragraph of the response is directed to identifying the relevant person who's the decision maker, but not suggesting that that there's a threshold before that person can make a decision, that there has to be an exhaustion of local remedies, so to speak.
Yeah, so I mean, we obviously want to best utilise the resources within our state as a priority. That's the most efficient use of resources. They are the most appropriate resources, if you like. They're familiar with the local conditions. We try to do that as best we can. But it's certainly a forecast does need to be applied because there is a significant lag time with international deployments. And a great example this year was we were accessing American and Canadian resources during their holiday period. So they needed some lead time to actually be able to contact those crews to get them organised.
Now, it then says if the request for resources was other than that which is covered by NRSC, i.e. firefighters, incident management personnel, then the Emergency Management Commissioner would make a request to EMA. If you could just give some description as to the kinds of resources that you would look to EMA for.
Certainly defence. If we were looking for humanitarian relief sort of support, we would definitely go into EMA for that. There may be other jurisdictions that we don't have agreements with. And this year was a great example where the support from around the globe and the offers of support was quite significant. We had offers from UAE, France, and it's obviously we would work through EMA if there weren't agreements in place with other jurisdictions we thought we could use those resources.
You've mentioned defence. I might just go to question 8, which deals with the question of whether there are different systems and processes used to request or accept assistance from defence. Now, it's quite a long response, but we just spoke a moment ago about a threshold for accessing, making a decision to seek additional resources. What is your and Victoria's understanding of the thresholds of ComDisPlan and how you would approach applying for ADF assistance?
So I think this year, once again, the last fire season has been a bit of a game changer in this space for us. So there's some opportunities for from here on in for us to improve the way that we predict and ask for those resources. I can touch on that.
Yes.
But the way it's done at the moment, obviously, is we recognise that we need a certain level of assistance. And if you look at Victoria this year, the humanitarian relief and evacuation that was required of some of our isolated communities was absolutely needed, and the ADF were really well placed to assist us with that. So early in the season, we saw some communities becoming isolated, and we recognised that the ADF could assist. So therefore, we made requests to the ADF through the DAC process for certain types of support. Now, as the season progressed, our approach matured with the ADF, and through that process where our requests were somewhat broader, if you like, so they weren't as specific, and that gave us some flexibility within the state to use those resources as we needed to as things evolved. So, for example, with the Malakuta scenario that I'm sure people are very familiar with, was really a very rapid move, 2,000 people from the beaches of Malakuta by air and by sea. So that gave us the flexibility to be able to do that, where ADF could work very closely with our responder agencies in the community to get the best outcome for the community. So the process at the moment, is quite it's quite efficient, and we actually didn't experience any major issues with it in Victoria. We're very grateful for the support of the Commonwealth in that respect. What I would say is we have identified some opportunities for improvement in this space, and we see the opportunity to work more closely with the ADF in a preparedness sense into the future. And that may be in certain things such as exercising during our quiet time, and even some basic training. And I can point to a specific example there. The ADF came into Eastern Victoria. One of the biggest risks to firefighters and communities in Eastern Victoria and the northeast was the risk of falling trees in a forested environment. So the ADF come in. We had to train the ADF in pre-hazard assessment and awareness. So they were very efficient. They undertook that training overnight, so their teams were ready to go. But there's things like that I'm sure we can identify as a state and be more proactive about.
Could I take you to the whole of government response, EMV 0007, 0001, 0001 at paragraph 722, which is 0145. I'll just wait till that comes up. Do you need that again, operator? Let's hope it's the right paragraph, 722. Yes.
While that's coming up, can I just ask a question while you're bringing that up?
Just so you know what what I'm showing you.
No, that's okay. It goes back to the JOS representative in the State Control Centre. Does he or she have a place on any of the standing operational committees that you have?
Yeah, yes, for sure. So definitely in our state emergency management team, ADF have representation, and also in our state control team when we're up and running. So that is a really good point, Commissioner, because they are active in our state control centre, and before any requests are made, we'd absolutely bring them into the conversation and talk about the effect we were trying to achieve, if you like, what our objectives were and what they thought their assistance could be.
Yeah, and also that's the response side, but right back in the preparation side. So there are committees in that preparedness sense. So they're a member of those committees that consider that all the way through.
Yes,
okay.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Now, if we can just return to paragraph 722. During the assistance provided to Victoria by ADF for the COVID-19 response, a business rule was drafted for the requesting of national resources to provide the process for consistent and coordinated approaches to requesting, endorsing and approving support for national resources, including ADF resources. Could you just expand on that? When was this business rule drafted, and what need was it seeking to address?
Yes, so I think this is a flow on from the bushfire experience, if you like. So what we found is if we didn't inform our staff of the requirements that they needed to put up front when requesting ADF, then quite often we might have, a mistake in the paperwork, something as simple as that had to come back and be redrafted. So what we did is, and this was with ADF advice and support, was we just came up with a business rule that says when you're requesting support, these are the types of things that you need to consider. What is the effect you want to achieve? What are the objectives? What's the duration? All those kind of things. So simply, if we request ADF support and we don't have an indication of the duration, then that's likely to come back and stall the process. So we just wanted to make sure that the process became as efficient as it possibly could.
And was this business rule drafted just within EMV or within Victoria, or was it, in a sense, settled with the input from the ADF or the Commonwealth?
So in Victoria, but with support from the ADF. So one of the things we did in Victoria this year is we established what we called a combined operations agency group, and they basically. That was a group that we recognised very early that the types of agencies that were working with the ADF all came together. So agencies such as Victoria Police, the ADF, EMV, could be other responder agencies, and even the example I use that's quite relevant in Victoria this year was the Red Cross when we were providing humanitarian relief. We brought all those into that group so that there was effective coordination. So this is a bit of a product coming out of that as well.
So when you just said the Combined Operations Agency Group was something you did this year, was that this year for the purposes of the bushfires or this year for the purpose of COVID-19 response?
The bushfires. So one of the learnings from the bushfires the KOG group was the group that working very closely with the incidents managed some of the major humanitarian relief in Victoria this year, and was quite impressive to see, to be honest. And so what we've done in the COVID-19 response is carry that model through. We actually see in Victoria now it's a model that we will stand up when we think the risk or consequence of events is high.
I see. All right. The next question I have, which is on page, if we can go back to the scenario response. I'm not going to ask any further questions on defence issues. Thank you, Chair. The scenario response to question 4, which is on EMV 0018 0001 at 0003. Just one moment, I'm sorry, I've lost my... no, I think it's down here. I can't find the relevant portion, I'm sorry, it's in the... we may be able to have it in a moment. We're looking here at the processes and systems and frameworks and guidance that's in place to coordinate the use of assistance. So you've triggered assistance and you now have had a resource deployment into the state. The observation is made somewhere here that these arrangements would be subject to oversight from the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee. So this will be, as I understand it, resources that are deployed through the NRSC arrangements as opposed to resources that have come in from the Commonwealth. It's the following page, that's why, which is 004. I still can't see it. What did you just point me to? Oh, here, thank you. In the first column, in the third paragraph, there we go. So this is circumstances where Victoria's formed a view that the current and predicted situation is beyond the resource and capability, and it's got resource arrangements underway from other states and territories. It says here that it will be subject to oversight from the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee. However, the transfer would remain within the purview of the Emergency Management Commissioner and the Chief of the other jurisdiction. Could you just explain what is meant there by oversight from the COSC and how that operationally works?
So that there is just referring to that group, the commissioners and chief officers, the strategic committee would have a look, a view of the national situation, if you like. So they would discuss, what situations each jurisdiction's in. So that's a broad overview. So it's not just a jurisdiction going, we need 500 firefighters when we know that other jurisdictions are under pressure as well. So I've sat in on a couple of these over the season, and their sort of comments would be, we note that one jurisdiction has less activity, and do we agree that those we would target that jurisdiction for assistance in Victoria, or so it's really that high level understanding of where the pressures are around the country. But at the end of the day, the Commissioner can make a request for resources up through the normal process.
So when you say up through the normal process, do you mean in a bilateral way, or do you mean up through into the NRSC?
So there's a couple of ways that we can work. So that there can be the bilateral sort of agreements, and we typically would run with those when it's state to state, when there's only two jurisdictions that might be in need of assistance. For example, if there was a fire in Eastern Victoria and Southern New South Wales could assist, then that agreement could be reached. No problem at all. What we tend to do is once there's more activity, if you like, around the country, then the NRSC sort of process is the one we would adopt. And we did that this year. We sort of elected to just go with that once there was a certain level of activity.
All right. This paragraph suggests that that the COSC is providing oversight across the whole of the deployment. That is from both the identification of the situation, the forecast situation, and the way that you described, which was that sort of broad overview, but right through to as the deployments proceed through the season. But that the actual transfer, down at that sort of operational level, is left to as between the receiving and the sending state. Is that right?
Yeah. So once again, the COSC would have a view, even when things were operational, about where resources were deployed. So they might be deployed to Victoria, and then the risk increases in New South Wales. So those discussions would occur in that manner as well. But, if they were deployed to Victoria for a week or 2 weeks, and say within a week New South Wales was in need, then it would obviously be up for our Commissioner to release those resources back into the system.
All right. We'll just take that down. There is a part of the response I don't need to take you to, which just deals with the question of international assistance. You've already spoke a little bit about international assistance in the context of planning for the impacts of COVID, and in particular you referred to looking at making some planning in relation to accessing international aerial assets. In the response at page 2 to question 2, it says that in this scenario it would be too late to seek international assistance for immediate response. And you noted that Victoria requested assistance from North America 3 weeks before the anticipated peak demand. What has there been any exploration into how that time lag can be better managed, or is it just a factual barrier that means that will just have to be taken into account?
I think it just needs to be taken into account. The logistics of moving people across the globe. Yes, the more consideration we can give to it early, the more efficient it'll be. But there is certainly a number of days, and if I recall correctly, it's around 7 to 8 days as a minimum. It's just to get people, flights booked, people on planes. I think the other element to this is once other jurisdictions enter the country, it's not as simple as immediate deployment. Due to wanting to absolutely take care of those visiting crews, we do go through a fairly robust process, which takes a couple of days also. That's, briefing of incoming crews, acclimatisation, getting them out to the incident, and then briefed again at the incident level.
And I take it they may not be able to operate some fleet and mobile plant equipment like your vehicles if they've got different standards or different training in their home jurisdictions.
Typically, we'll do some training. So a lot of the vehicles are similar. Obviously, the steering wheels are on the opposite side in a lot of the vehicles, which seems to be the biggest challenge, but they are quite competent firefighters. They adapt very quickly. The other thing we can do is not just obviously send them out on their own. We pair them up with people from the jurisdiction so that, they work most effectively.
How is the cost of the international assistance dealt with in Victoria, of obtaining that assistance?
So it's basically, for the internationals, it's a full cost, it's basically a cost recovery. We pay for those resources when they come into the country. So once again, in the decision-making process, that is a key decision. Obviously, it's a risk-based decision as well, but it is a significant cost to Australia when we bring crews in.
Right.
Australia or Victoria?
What about Australia and Victoria?
He said it's a significant cost to Australia.
So Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, you just said then it was a significant cost to Australia when they bring the crews in. Does the Commonwealth contribute to the cost recovery of that international assistance?
My understanding is it's borne by the state.
All right. But I think we've had some evidence that the Department of Foreign Affairs has a role in assisting in relation to visas and transfers and some kind of participation in facilitating at least making that process
most certainly.
smooth. Right.
And without wanting to set up the Deputy Commissioner, I think we're talking about international on-ground firefighters because there are other mechanisms for air tasks. And I just want to make sure that's the bit you're answering there. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I want to take you now to back to more domestic matters and the cross-border aspects. In the response of the scenarios at page 4, which is the page we were on before, there's reference to there being support by the, if we're in the same column, near the bottom, there are a number of arrangements in place to support the effectiveness of interstate assistance that are put in place throughout the year in preparation for emergency events. You refer first there to the establishment of the Victorian Cross-Border Commissioner. Just on that topic, to what extent do you or EMV deal with the Cross-Border Commissioner in the preparedness phase, and to the extent you do deal with them, in what way?
So it's probably the relationship there would be more between the Emergency Management Commissioner and that Commissioner. And I know they have conversations regularly around what some of the barriers might potentially be. And COVID-19 sort of is a great example of that, where the Cross-Border Commissioner, and when we've looked at the closing of borders, where the Cross-Border Commissioner has been able to liaise with the Emergency Management Commissioner and work through any potential issues or risks there. So,
all right, we'll defer that question to when we speak with the Commissioner. All right. The second matter is the Emergency Management Victoria's Cross-Border and Preparedness Operations Manager. I think that's the first time I've seen that referred to. What is, there is one, sorry, I'll withdraw that. There's something EMV 0007, 0001, 0001. Actually, it might be, which is the Victorian, this is a global response to an earlier notice from the Commissioners. And this is paragraph 0052. Start there, paragraph 217. through to 219. Yep, so at the bottom of it's in 219, we can see that EMV has appointed a cross-border manager whose primary responsibility was to ensure interoperability of the state's policies and procedures and consistency of approach with cross-border jurisdictions. Now, that suggests there's just one person who does that, but perhaps if you could just explain a bit more about this role.
For sure. So that role is a relatively new role
Right.
within EMV, and it was a role established to ensure that those nuances between jurisdictions were looked at. One of the primary objectives of the role is to look at the current cross-border arrangements to ensure that they're done by different regions and districts. So to make sure that we learn from the positive things in those arrangements and make sure where necessary there's consistency. They don't work on their own. They work with across those agencies that we've mentioned before and the broader departments and agencies. So they actually tap into what we call regional emergency management planning committees, work with those committees to make sure that, once again, that person is the consistency between those planning committees when we're talking cross-jurisdictional. So it's a relatively new role. Yeah.
Right. You've used two concepts there, cross-border and cross-jurisdictional. Is there a cross-border manager for each of... I'll take this in two parts. Is there a cross-border manager for the border between New South Wales and Victoria and a different cross-border manager for the border between Victoria and South Australia?
No, it's a single role.
All right. And is this role... does it encompass cross-jurisdictions, that is, for example, arrangements, perhaps sharing arrangements between Victoria and Queensland, for example?
No, this one is primarily for the borders of Victoria.
All right. Who will have responsibility for more broader, the cross-jurisdictional arrangements? Say, we've heard evidence from other states where there has been some sharing of resources. For example, people from Queensland coming into South Australia and so on. Who has responsibility for managing that a relationship to ensure interoperability of the two states' policies and procedures?
So we would operate primarily through the NRSC when we share resources across. If Victoria's to go to Queensland, that's how we would manage that deployment. Sort of the one-on-one relationships you like are really those bordering states.
Sergeant Doran, I've got a question on
Yes.
that for the Deputy Commissioner. I understand 217.1 and 217.2, and so you've dispatched assets across the border. You've put LOs in New South Wales IMTs, and I assume they've put LOs in yours from the evidence we heard yesterday. But you've also established a joint IMT. Can you describe what a joint IMT is and where you use that, please?
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner. So the LOs are, as you know, they're a liaison officer.
Yeah.
The IMTs are the specific incident management team. So a good example of that would be this year when there was fires in the far east of Victoria and in southern New South Wales. We had fires that were impacting both sides of the border. So instead of just putting liaison officers in, we actually put incident management team members into each other's teams. So, for example, Victoria put operations officers, if you like, into the New South Wales incident management team, so that the operational decisions, not just the liaison with resources, the key operational decisions were made jointly. And that might be, for example, if a significant backburn was needed to be put in that was going to take a fire from Victoria into New South Wales, that was a joined-up decision-making process.
I understand that. Okay, so there was still two separate IMTs in each state, but you had decision makers in one, or no, it was a no-kidding joint IMT. And I better give you the context of the question. We asked this of New South Wales yesterday, and they said no, they don't exist, and nor could they. So that's why I'm just trying to get an understanding of that. Yeah.
It's a relatively new process. I know we had a conversation with New South Wales during the season, and we actually did put an operational person into an IMT into New South Wales. So when we say joint, it's about individual expertise, if you like, going into a team. So and also, as you mentioned, teams absolutely working very closely together. So two very direct connections.
No, okay. And so I appreciate it, and I like the way you've described it. So the Victorian decision maker that's in the joint IMT team, it might be New South Wales led, for example, can make decisions on behalf of Victorian jurisdictional movements and how they work. So it's a joint team, but the jurisdictional decisions are still made, obviously, by the specific member of the team.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
So, the jurisdiction has to make the decisions, but it's where jurisdiction may make a decision that has impacts on the neighbouring jurisdiction to make sure that we're joined up and the best risk-based approach is taken.
No, we appreciate that. Thanks for qualifying it.
Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, you just referred to that being a relatively new process. Is this the first year that was done, to your knowledge?
Yes, it was a product of Victoria and New South Wales having a discussion about operations that needed to occur very close to the border. Typically what we would do is just deploy to the other jurisdiction and fall into their teams. And it's very similar, I suppose, at the end of the day, but this was certainly something that was quite new in my experience.
Is it a model that would be capable of being applied or adopted by other control agencies operating across the border, for example, say police or SES?
I'm sure it could be, and as I said, it's effectively putting the expertise across the border that they need to help make good decisions for the other jurisdiction. And that could be simply the liaison officer if they have the expertise to do it. If not, the liaison officer may say, look, can we have someone that's got expertise in operational matters to assist?
Having regard to that issue, I want to just take a little bit further some other elements in which there might be joint or integration of incident management. We could see EMV 0007, 0001, 0006 at 0054, and I want paragraph 220.2. Just wait till that's brought up, Deputy Commissioner. The question was asked as to initiatives to enhance integration of incident management across borders, and the response was following opportunities may exist for improved responses between the states and territories. The first one I'll come back to. The second one, which is sharing of ground intelligence, better sharing of ground intelligence and updated mapping information, including up-to-date line scan data, fire line edge mapping, tactical planning and suppression strategy, and allocation of resources. From the answers that you've just given, it sounded like you were dealing with the third and fourth there, the tactical planning and suppression strategy and the allocation of resources. Is that right?
I think it would encompass the others as well, because they would naturally tap into that data to help to make those decisions.
All right. And then the last one is paragraph C is compatibility of operational radio, better compatibility of operational radio communication, both in terms of physical equipment and communications frequencies. Could you just speak to the Victorian experience of that issue of non-compatibility of operational radio communication?
Yeah, it's a common issue, I think. To be quite frank, it seems to be one of the issues that we have when we first respond across borders. That it takes a bit of time to work out the communication arrangements, and we would like to see improvement in that area. And anything the Commonwealth could do to help us there would be much appreciated. So it's about absolute in the cross-border arrangements. There's pretty clear indications of what radio channels and that will be used, but that still doesn't mean that you necessarily have the really succinct one-on-one contact that you need straight up front. So I think in that cross-border arrangements and that in this space, we'd be well placed to try and make some improvements.
Does the new EMV cross-border and preparedness operations manager play any role in dealing with this issue of incompatibility of operational radio?
We certainly haven't put that on their agenda at this stage.
All right. Okay. The first one there is cross-border fire spread predictive capacity. At the beginning of the examination, I noted the fire prediction tools that are used by EMV. To what extent are you aware of there being steps being taken to develop an enhanced fire spread predictive capacity?
So I think this is a space that has developed significantly over recent years. The predictive services across jurisdictions and within jurisdictions is improving all the time. I think this sort of goes back to our last question as well. It's about the interaction between those incident management teams and refining that, and predictions are obviously a big part of that. So being really, lines on maps don't stop fires, as we know. It's about being as joined up as we possibly can. And I know I work very closely with some of the predictive teams over the season, and it's about those relationships are as important as anything, but making sure that when we make predictive services in Victoria, that they're shared with New South Wales and vice versa.
All right. I'm just going to check to see if the document I want to take you to is the same document as this, or whether I need to go somewhere else. Just wait one moment. I think it's the same. My apologies, Deputy Commissioner. No, it's a different document. All right. EMV 0007, 0001, 0001 at 0076. You were giving some evidence about firefighting personnel, particularly incident managers and liaison officers, being moved into joint programs or working alongside, or being deployed pursuant to the NRSC arrangements. Now, here at paragraph 332, this is a proposal for improvement that insofar as access to firefighting personnel is concerned, nationally agreed roles and functions for emergency response personnel, along with agreed standards and qualifications, would assist to facilitate efficient and effective sharing resources in emergency situations. At present, different states and territories have different qualifications for comparable roles. This can make it difficult to meet specific requests for assistance from other states or territories. Is this something you've observed, Deputy Commissioner?
Not to a large extent. I think, though, I know, for example, when you travel internationally to fight fires, which I've personally had the experience of, there is a need to look at how roles compare. So a way a role's referred to in Canada obviously might be different to what's expected in Australia. So what we do is like a cross-levelling type exercise where we make sure that we understand what the components of that role are, what the skills are required, what the safety aspects of that role are. So to me, this hasn't been a significant problem, but I think we would be well placed as a nation to ensure that this is as seamless as possible. So when people are deployed, if you're an operations officer in Victoria, then the clear role in Queensland or the Northern Territory is very, very similar or described the same.
All right. I might just ask you a little bit more about your experience in international deployments, if you could just give us some further background in relation to that.
For example, I a number of years ago was deployed to Canada, and I was operational at the time. And in Victoria, my role was considered a level 3 operations officer. in Canada, the role I was deployed to was called an Operations Section Chief, which, you know, it's very similar, but there were differences, and the way that obviously they fight fires is quite different as well. So one of the things that we absolutely made sure we did in Australia is to be very clear with Canada about what expertise I had, what skills I had, and any roles that I undertook in Canada were commensurate with those skills and qualifications. So it's a fairly robust piece of work that's done when we deploy crews or vice versa.
You've spoken about skills. I might ask you a question about training. Can we have the same document but at paragraph 221.9 on page 55? So before I ask you a question about that paragraph, Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, in your operations role, which is the responsibilities you have within EMV, there's references here to potential improvements of including having a comprehensive national disaster learning and development framework for the training of emergency management workforces in a consistent manner to meet future needs in disaster management. Training using scenario planning and regular exercises conducted in respect of a range of hazard types, including flood, fire, biosecurity, cybersecurity and counter-terrorism, with a focus on consequence and relationship management rather than traditional hazard management planning, will better equip all jurisdictions to manage disasters in uncertain times. And I can see you nodding your head, Deputy Commissioner. Could you just speak to this insight?
Yeah, certainly. So I think what the country is facing right at the moment is really highlights the need for this. So the need for our emergency responders, our incident management personnel, to be across more than hazard-specific responses. So, for example, dealing in a COVID-19 place where we might have floods, where we experience cyber attacks at the same time, it's becoming more complex for our responders, for even our management staff to deal with. So this is pointing towards the need for an uplift in the training and the skills that our people need. I think in a lot of instances, people, even professional people, volunteer their time into these roles. So, for example, I could be working for another agency but step into an incident management role for a period of time over the bushfire season. That role, once upon a time, was go and help assist and fight the fire, whereas now it might be fight the fire, deal with the energy crisis, deal with the humanitarian relief. There might be a heat-related emergency at the same time. So it's really an upskilling of our workforce to make sure that we meet the demands, which are becoming quite complex.
Commissioner Bennett, have you got something on this?
No, actually, I don't. I think that was a very, very helpful, answer, and I also appreciated the reference to the fact that these disasters are not necessarily to be seen as single incidents that that have to be treated in an isolated fashion. I thought that was very helpful. Thank you. Although, actually, I would like one. Actually, while I'm at it.
You knew that was coming.
I didn't. I wanted to take you back, actually, for a second. You gave an example of your experience in going to Canada with the different descriptions and different, roles that you were taking there versus Victoria. And in paragraph 332, there was the previous one, there was a comment at the end of that about the differences between the states. Different states, and thank you very much, different states and territories have different qualifications for comparable roles, which can make it difficult. Can you give me an example? What I want to ask you from your personal experience, not necessarily you yourself, but in your oversight and personal experience, the sort of problem that can give rise to that, and how a national or a more interactive training program, or even job descriptions, even if there was an understanding of it better, has been a problem and could make a difference.
I actually think one of the things that could make a difference here, Commissioner, is I think we touched on it before, is relation to exercising and training together. I think that's a really important step because a lot of these things, you don't actually recognise them until you're in the heat of battle, whereas, thorough exercising, that can draw some of these issues out. And I think there's an opportunity from a Commonwealth perspective for us to do more of that. We sometimes do it at the highest levels, but those people that actually deploy, I think there's some real opportunities here to bring some innovation into this space in our training, do it in a joined-up manner, not jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and that will help tease out those issues and solutions found.
And that would mean also that irrespective of whether people had a basic level of common training.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, that's because I didn't have my button pressed. I'm terribly sorry. And it is that because even though there might be common basic training for response personnel in the different jurisdictions, it's the realities of the different characterisations and methodologies that, as they've developed in the different states, that could benefit from this sort of common exercising. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, I am. And I suppose it's worth pointing out that there will always be differences just based on the natural environments that we go to work in. For example, I've been deployed to Queensland and, it's a totally different ballgame in a lot of cases and just the environment you work in. So there will always be nuances, but I think the more that we do together in a preparedness sense, the better off we'll be when it comes to response.
I've pressed my button now. Thank you very, very much indeed. That was very, very helpful and insightful.
Just while we're on the issue of training and skills and deployment in between other states, the Commission has heard evidence that in Victoria, private plantations have industry brigades that are part of the CFA, the Country Fire Authority. To what extent is there common training across into those brigades, and can they then be deployed interstate as part of a Victorian contingent?
Yes, so my understanding is the training is the same. So they train exactly the same as the Country Fire Authority would. So same packages of training. They obviously have some unique skills. They work in plantations, obviously, and they can be deployed. We did deploy people between jurisdictions last bushfire season. And certainly if there was impacts to plantations, they would be a major consideration.
Now, just question, if I could take you to question 9, which is on page EMV 0018 0001 0007. The question that was put to all states and territories was how will the systems, processes, frameworks and guidance differ when dealing with other natural disasters, e.g. floods, tsunami, storms and earthquakes? And the response of Victoria is essentially that Victoria takes an all emergencies, all communities approach to emergency management planning, while the control agency risk assessment processes and triggers for requesting assistance will vary according to the type of emergency. The systems, process and frameworks for escalating the request for resources would not change. This reduces the chance of confusion at the times of greatest need. That's one of the advantages that you've identified of essentially Victoria's all hazards, all emergencies, all communities approach to its emergency management. What are some of the other advantages that you've identified in your experience as the Deputy Commissioner of Emergency Management in Victoria?
So I think this has been a major step forward in Victoria, and it goes probably right through the things that we've discussed today. It's training. We train together. Mm-hmm. We form relationships that are carried through training through to response. I think some of the major things that I've seen that are a benefit are, if you look at an example this year of road closures, for example, in Victoria, they're well practiced for bushfire. But we have floods. We use the same standard operating procedures for floods. So we don't have to think about how we're going to close roads when we have a flood. We use the same process that we did during a bushfire. And the agencies, because we have a state emergency management team, the agencies are all aware if that's the default, that's where we'll go to. It's good for the safety of our responders. It helps us make sure that we have confidence especially as leaders, that our people are in a very good position. I think the other thing it does too is you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time there is an emergency, and you can respond quickly. So, for example, resource requests. If, once again, we have a very robust process for bushfire, doesn't mean it's not difficult at times. Resourcing is one of the most complex and difficult components of response. However, we know how to do it. For example, if we have floods in another 2 months in Victoria, we will use the same process. So with the process we've spoken about today, we'll step through the incident, we'll request through the regional tier if they need assistance, we will then come to the state, and if we need to go into state, we'll follow the process. So it's the same. And it's the other good thing I would say is an example might be like in Victoria this year, we had major bushfires, but there were concurrent emergencies. So we had risk to energy, risk to the environment and wildlife and ecosystems. So the model that we use and the process we used allowed us to have a state response controller overarching, and then to bring in other controllers for those specific emergencies, and they seamlessly fit into the organisational structures. So that's a bonus. So as someone who's focused on energy can come and work in with the state control team and be very clear about what the state priorities are. So we're not working on them in isolation. I'm sure other jurisdictions have very similar processes, but then the procedures and that we use that underpin that are the same for everyone.
So as you've just sort of indicated, not all states and territories have taken the same step forward that Victoria has done, to use your description. I want to ask, just as we finish this, to assume that everyone is facing the same resource constraints in this scenario, and I asked the same of New South Wales yesterday, which is that everybody has the trouble that they've got fires and floods at the same time. That is, we have a confluence or concurrence of disaster events. How would priorities be determined between the jurisdictions? How would and what process is there now that would help those decisions be made, if at all, on a national prioritisation basis?
Yeah, for sure. Can I just make a clarification just with the other jurisdictions and their arrangements? The point I was making is I'm sure they have similar arrangements. It might not just be explained, excuse me, as the same as it is in Victoria. So I'd just like to clarify that if
Sure.
okay. In relation to Commonwealth, look at in prioritisation, there was some work done, I think it was late last year, in relation to with Emergency Management Australia around how that might look. So obviously jurisdictions have the legislation and the remit to deal with those emergencies, but when it comes to the sharing of the Commonwealth resources to support those emergencies, then there's been some work done to determine how that will work. And it's not dissimilar to the arrangements that we use within jurisdiction around the state control priorities, for example, in Victoria, where the primacy of life, and that will trump, the protection of infrastructure, for example. However, if there's no impact on life, then it might be major infrastructure will then take priority. So there was some work done late last year with EMA that helped address that.
I see, and I think the distinction you're making, which perhaps hasn't been clear from earlier evidence, is that the guidance note on resource prioritisation, as you understood it, is limited to the Commonwealth resource deployment and it being prioritised between different states and territories so that they're sent to the areas of greatest need. Is that your understanding of that Commonwealth work?
Yes, for sure. So jurisdictions have responsibility for their own resource base.
I see. Chair, I might just turn back to you.
No, I think that was a very good point there right at the end. Commissioner Bennett, any more questions?
No more questions.
No? Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, one if I could. Just take you right back to the beginning of the conversation about capability assessments, and you described an agency-based bottom-up process of assessments. I got that right, correct?
About the assessment within their agency?
Yeah, capability assessments, both at the start of the season and on a rolling basis. You do it on a bottom-up basis and by agency, and that all aggregates up to the state level.
Yes, that's right. But we do have some indicators within the state of some roles that we have vision of at a state level, if you like. So one example of that would be our incident controllers in Victoria. We have a state target for those, and although all the agencies feed into that target, it is a state target. So that we know that we've got the appropriate number for the state.
Do you also have some sort of measure to determine whether a local or regional area is either holding back resources or is under-resourced? I assume at some point someone says, for example, a local area might say we only need 3 trucks, and it comes up to the regional area and the regional commander says, oh, I don't think so, you're going to need 10. Is there a process around that, or is it more art rather than science?
No, I don't think it's science. I think it is experience and expertise. And I could give an example where an incident controller might say, we've got this fire, it's okay with the resources that we've got. Now, the state might escalate up to the state, and the state control team would have a look at that and go, well, actually, there's no other fires in the state at the moment, so why wouldn't we add more resources and hit that fire extremely hard and reduce the risk for coming weeks? So the state response controller can talk to the incident controllers, if you like, and say, actually, we're going to give you some more resources because we think this benefited the state.
Yeah, perfect. One other question, just on the ComDis plan and request for Commonwealth assistance. I know that in the ComDis plan they use 2 different forms of wording around the triggers for when states can ask for assistance. One is it's exhausted, and the other one is can't reasonably cope. I just wondered whether in practice that doesn't mean much, or whether that sort of language is taken really seriously and serves as an impediment to requesting assistance.
I don't think it serves as an impediment. I think in practice what it means is we would always look within our state because, as I mentioned before, most of the expertise that you require has been trained and developed within your state. So we would typically wait till we saw those resources being, forecasting those being depleted. The other element to that is, do we have that expertise within the state? So if you look, once again, I don't want to use it too often, but the Mallacoota example where we had to evacuate people by sea, not necessarily a level of expertise we'd expect the state to hold. So that's one way. The other thing that we have to be conscious of here is there are communities and industry that rely on the income, even from emergencies. So, for example, we may have communities that their business may have been impacted, yet they can provide support to the firefight, for example, for logistics or something like that. So we like to explore those opportunities too to make sure that we're looking after it, necessarily bringing the Commonwealth resources.
Understood. Thank you very much for your evidence. Cheers. Thanks, Chair.
My question, I have got one now, and my question slightly continues on that, but I just want to clarify one thing. You talked about, and I was interested that, you didn't actually refer to ComDis plan earlier, so that's why I didn't ask the question. We referred to the ADF, but rather than looking at it through the eyes, perhaps, of ComDis plan. So in ComDis plan, when they talk about the state has exhausted its own resources as a trigger point. Realistically, is that how it works? Or is it rather, as you just mentioned, forecasting that you're likely to, or you think you might, exhaust them? Because I've got this thought in my mind that during the course of an emergency, trying to establish and prove and put on evidence and write a report to say, we have now exhausted all of our own resources, I can't imagine that that's the way it actually works, is it? I mean, how is the decision made? Is it a forecasting decision, or is it an actually, oh my goodness, we've now called out the last man standing, we need the Commonwealth, and we can show that we have, or more woman, that man in a gender-neutral sense. Obviously, the women take priority, there's no doubt about that. So, no, seriously for a second, that Is it a forecast that you're likely to, or do you take the view that you can't activate it until you actually have established that you've exhausted your state resources?
I think it's both. It could occur when we absolutely go, we're in trouble. We need the assistance as soon as possible. But in practice, what we've done is, like as I used last bushfire season, we saw communities be isolated. We then predicted that the bushfires were going to isolate more communities in potentially, coming days or a week. So we've made the request based on that forecast. So there is an element of forecasting to it. It is planned.
And I've got just one other question. Is it a formal activation of ComDis plan in that situation? Or is it rather just you notify EMA that you're in trouble? Or is there some sort of a formal process that you have to go through and say, we are hereby activating ComDis plan?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I know the exact answer to that.
Okay, no,
I'd have to go back and find the answer.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. Okay, thank you very much.
Deputy Commissioner, it's been a really valuable couple of hours, to be honest with you, and we appreciate the candour of your answers and being able to dig down into some of the particular areas as well. I'll just check and see if we've got any comments from
No.
the back. No? So with that...
There's nothing further for Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, and in the circumstances, I'd ask that he be released.
Deputy Commissioner Stevenson, once again, thank you very much, and we'll release you from your summons and let you get back on with your day job. We appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will adjourn until 11:45.
Thank you, Chair.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:45. Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Mr Glover will be taking the witnesses from Tasmania.
Thank you, Mr Glover. Another island.
Yes, Commissioners. I call Commissioner Darren Hine and Chief Officer Chris Arnold. As with all the jurisdictional witnesses, they will be giving their evidence concurrently, and both gentlemen will take an affirmation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hine, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm?
We'll just stop for a sec. We've got these two gentlemen online. We've got anyone sharing this feed?
Just getting that checked, Chair.
We'll just check. We're getting a lot of breakthrough our end, gentlemen.
Commissioner, yes, we were having difficulty too, and it was fine a minute ago before we
Yes.
reconvened.
Okay, let's try the oath. It might be higher issues. Try the oath again.
Mate. Commissioner Hine, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Chief Officer Arnold, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you both for joining us to give evidence today. Thank you also for Tasmania's response to the scenario and questions the Commission posed. Since the scenario has similarities to the fire season Tasmania experienced in 2018 and 2019, I thought I would ask you some questions to draw out Tasmania's experiences of cross-jurisdictional resource sharing from previous fire seasons. Just before I do that, and since we have not heard from Tasmania's emergency services prior to today, and to assist the Commissioners understand Tasmania's emergency management arrangements, please describe your respective agencies' roles in Tasmania's broader emergency services framework. Commissioner Hine, I thought I would start with you as the State Emergency Management Controller.
Thanks, Mr. Glover. Basically, our emergency management arrangements are through the Emergency Management Act, which is supported by the Tasmanian Emergency Management Arrangements, which was reissued, and we issued one in December of last year. Within that document, it explains the hierarchy of the various organisations and the political administration. For example, the Ministerial Committee for Emergency Management, which is chaired by the Premier, is the policy-making setting for Tasmania. And under that, the State Emergency Management Committee forms policy and preparedness functions within the Acts. And myself as the chair of that committee, and as the State Controller, I chair that committee and also report to the Ministerial Emergency Management Committee. My role is also as the Commissioner of Police, and within the Acts, I am the State Controller, as you said, and the Chair of the SEMC. Also, my role is the Commissioner of Police, and my other role is the Secretary of the Department of Police, Fire and Emergency Management. And within the what we'll call the TEMA, the Tasmanian Emergency Management Arrangement, it outlines the various functions of various agencies within that and who has responsibility for what. And obviously the lead combat authority for fires is the Tasmania Fire Service. The Tasmania Fire Service sits within the department I'm Secretary, but they are governed by a Fire Service Commission. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And just, Commissioners, for your assistance, the TEMA, the Tasmanian Emergency Management Arrangements, are in evidence as Exhibit 24.2.8. Chief Officer Arnold, I'll just get you to describe the Tasmania Fire Service. By reference to Tasmania's response to the scenario, operator, can you please bring up TPF.500.001.0064 and enlarge paragraphs 4.2 to 4.5 and 4.9. So, Chief Officer Arnold, you might be able to speak.
Yes.
Yes, could you just describe
Yes,
the Tasmanian Fire Service, please?
Yes, Mr. Glover. Yes, the Tasmania Fire Service, unlike other states, we are a single fire service. So we don't have a separate rural fire service and a separate urban fire service. It's a single fire service. We also have partner agencies that are land management agencies, that is Sustainable Timber Tasmania and the Parks and Wildlife Service as part of the PIPWE, the department, separate department. The fire service essentially is a volunteer service, numbering over 5,000 volunteers. That has been consistent for the last 10 years. We don't have difficulty with volunteer numbers. In fact, the latest numbers are 5,160, of which 4,000 of those are frontline firefighters, others are in support roles. We have approximately 320 career firefighters, a small element of which supports volunteers and perform other functions and are based in our cities, predominantly for urban fire suppression and other specialities. There are 232 fire brigades across the state. The other organisations have approximately 200 seasonal or full-time firefighters in their establishments. So we're established essentially in towns and cities to provide initially urban response or urban interface response. That's what the fire services role is. The other land management agencies deal with forest fire more purely. Is that helpful,
Yes.
Council?
Yes, thank you. And can I just go back to you, Commissioner Hine, just to describe your responsibilities in relation to the State Emergency Service in Tasmania?
Yes, the State Emergency Service obviously fits within the Department of Police, Fire and Emergency Management. They are state servant employees employed under the State's Service Act. There's approximately 650 volunteers within that. They are administered through the Tasmania Fire Service and Chief Arnold as well. And they provide a valuable service to Tasmanians in all emergency, chiefly floods and storm situations.
Thank you. I was just interested also in the last sentence of paragraph 4.9, which states there is also a standing arrangement that Tasmania Fire Service will do damage impact assessments during flood events and the State Emergency Service will do damage assessments during bushfire events. Chief Arnold, can you just describe how that arrangement operates?
Yeah, so when we have floods, of course, we have frontline volunteers for SES that specialise in that storm, tempest, flood protection and so on. And our firefighters only have flood awareness. But so damage assessments are pretty well the same thing, whether it be as a result of a bushfire or whether it be as a result of a flood. We're able to do the same sort of process to check damage so that we don't use firefighters in bushfires and put them on other duties. SES has agreed to do that for us during bushfires and vice versa in other events, usually resulting in a flood, whatever it be. We'll do the water side and the assessments for them. It doesn't mean that we do it exclusively, we do it collaboratively. And of course, during fires, SES supports us in other logistical ways as well. So we try to work as one in that regard, by and large, whatever the events.
Thank you. Now, I just will ask you about Tasmania's experience in previous years. Operator, if you could bring up TPF.500.001.0056 and enlarge the very paragraph you already have. Thank you. So while the scenario itself is forward-looking to the upcoming bushfire season, Tasmania's response notes the scenario presented a very similar situation to that faced by Tasmania in its 2018-19 bushfire season. And the reason you've referred back to those years is that Tasmania's experience in the 2019-2020 fire season was that no interstate assistance was required by Tasmania, and that you provided firefighters to New South Wales and Queensland. Is that right?
Okay, last season, where it was horrendous on the mainland of Australia, we continued to supply firefighters over a 5-month period from Parks, Sustainable Timber and Tasmania Fire Service into Queensland initially, New South Wales predominantly, and later in Victoria and the ACT as well. So we continued to sustain that. So last summer, whilst it was reasonably busy, what I would regard as a little just above normal, we were well within capacity. Leading into that summer, we knew that our problem areas on the August forecast that we get from the Cooperative Research Centre, we knew that the East Coast was again going to be our problem. But we also knew that mainland Australia, the predictions were above normal right up Victoria and New South Wales, and that we're unlikely to obtain support like we've done the year before. So the 18-19 fire season was very similar to the scenario presented, Mr Glover, in that we had power infrastructure to deal with, emerging fires that we had to deal with. We needed to get in over 1,000 firefighters with specialities to assist us in Tasmania. And we did have isolated towns with major roads, as is presented in scenario. So not last year for us, but the year before was very much reminiscent of the scenario presented.
Thank you. So I'll ask you a little bit later about Tasmania's role as an exporter of firefighters last season, but perhaps
Sure.
we should start with the 2015-2016 bushfire season. So operator, would you please bring up TPF.500.001.0060 and enlarge paragraphs 2.5 to 2.9, please? So I think, Chief Arnold, this will be, this is Tasmania's scenario response, and it sets out Tasmania's experience in 2015-2016 fire season. Just for the assistance of the commissioners, can you describe that experience, Tasmania's experience in those seasons in your own words, please?
Yeah, so what we really had was multiple lightning storms, so they'd come probably a fortnight apart, and they would leave us with a lot of fire on the ground. So whilst our concern over the last 4 years had been our East Coast dryness, the lightning bands that came across the state left us with fires in isolated locations. So this happened a couple of seasons in a row, not straight in a row, but a couple of large seasons, say, in succession. So the lightning bands might have, in some cases, 2,000 strikes hit the ground. Some were only 400 strikes. But what would once occurred many years ago, we would have been left with 7 fires. Well, now we are left with 70 fires. I'd put that down to the dryness of the state, so the ignitions are the issue. So we were getting multiple ignitions. That meant that whilst we're well equipped with volunteers for tanker-based firefighting and access out of towns and the like, and running with our strike teams, the remote and isolated fires in Tasmania's terrain are very difficult to access. So that was the challenge. Eventually, using parks, forestry and the career component for remote area firefighting, which needs to be inserted by aircraft often, we run out of that resource. There is a finite resource for that. So we called on not tanker-based firefighters, because we were still well equipped for that. We were calling on specialist remote area firefighters, people that could operate and manage aircraft, and our incident management teams, because of the volume of large fires or fires that had continued, we needed more incident management team personnel. So that was the nature of the resource requests, and they were, in that year, provided because the rest of Australia didn't have difficulty in providing resources for us. So our model essentially is we set up for what we expect to be, we can manage 3 to 4 major fires, 3 concurrently. Over the season, we might have 7 or 8, but if they don't come together, we're fine. But if we're getting 3 or 4 major fires concurrently, or we see that emerging, we know that we're going to want resource support for that. And that's the sort of trigger that we use to request additional support.
So something I was interested in this experience was just 3 days after the initial ignition, or 6 days after the initial ignition, there was a request for interstate assistance made. So that was a very much a forward-looking posture by Tasmania Fire Service.
Yes, this has happened on multiple occasions when we get those lightning strikes. It takes us a couple of days to find them all because we put spotters up and the like, or they're reported. Once you establish that you've got the fire numbers that you have, then we do predictive modelling, and that's normally done by the State Intel area under our planning cell at the State Operations Centre. We'll do the modelling, and that'll indicate to us if we're going to have a chance of stopping these fires. Remember, they're in isolated locations. There is no, like a road or anywhere to stop the fire or to use as a fire break. So if we know that they're going to continue on and likely invade townships or our cities, we need to be prepared to look at how we might attack those. So forward thinking, the incident management teams that are appointed, they will project their resourcing 2 weeks ahead. That aggregates up into the regions, that aggregates up into the State Operations Centre. We'll look at what resource types, if they're specialist or if we have adequate resourcing, and then that would trigger needs for requests. I am, as the State Fire Controller, informed of that, and I will initiate a phone call if we're projecting that we may need resources. I'll initiate a phone call to which I know the Commission's familiar with, COSC, what we call COSC, the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee, co-chaired by EMA and one of the Chief Officers or Commissioners. And then that initial phone call gives us, we have not only state issues, but an overview of the nation's fires and then what likely resourcing is available. And that then sets subsequent wheels in motion that is done at a lower level between agencies and through our National Resource Sharing Centre to coordinate resources and resource requests.
Thank you. Something I was interested in asking you was in the first sentence of paragraph 2.8, we see the Chief Officer at the time held discussions with the Emergency Management Commissioner in Victoria by 19 January 2016, and following those discussions, liaison officers from Victoria were deployed to Tasmania and were in place by the 20 January as forerunners to the substantial frontline deployments that followed. Do I take it from that sentence that what that event, or what sort of caused that event to happen was essentially a phone call from Tasmania to Victoria saying we are going to need assistance? This was not an initial liaison arrangement that was facilitated through COSC or NRSC?
Unfortunately, that was 2 months before I was appointed. That wasn't myself as the Chief Officer at the time, but I have spoken to the acting Chief Officer at the time, and he did say that he made that informal phone call, and he also made another phone call to the Director of EMA at the time, which was Mark Crossweller, not Rob Cameron at the moment. So that was done that way. That's how he did that. I would normally do that either now directly to Rob Cameron or the CEO of AFAC, whichever's most available to me, to initiate the COSC arrangements. So that was a bilateral initially it was a bilateral conversation. I could see where I suspect he was just checking the availability of Victoria. The reality in Australia, of course, as the season comes down the continent, we'll have fires in the north of the country, and we often find that we're in the south able to assist New South Wales and vice versa. But Victoria, South Australia, Tasmania and Western Australia have their fire seasons generally at the same time, and it's difficult for us to go that way. Other than the sequence of the weather, where, of course, it goes from west to east, and sometimes you can move aircraft from other states to help us when the bad weather passes from over the southern states.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just while we're on...
Does that help you there?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Just while we're on that page, operator, can you please enlarge paragraphs 2.10 and down to 2.12? Thank you. So there in 2.10 we see the deployment or the commitment from Tasmanian Resources. And then at 2.12 we see the commitment from interstate and international resources. I just had a question about the paragraph in the middle, which is paragraph 2.11. I just wanted to ask you about the Tasmanian Interoperability Register. Can you just explain what that is, who maintains it and what function it performs, please?
Yeah, that's an initiation by the State Emergency Management Committee, so I'll just pass to the Commissioner to speak about that as the Chair of that committee.
Yes, thank you. Apologies, Commissioner
thanks,
Hyde. I should have directed the question to you.
Yeah, that is within our State Emergency Management Committee and our functions and our formal arrangements. We do have an interoperability register where there is numerous people on that. Where right across the state service, people put their name down, they receive additional training where they can actually be deployed into other roles to assist, whether it's whatever emergency we have at the time. That was used back during that fire season, where they assisted in, might have been logistics issues, command and control, to assist in those areas, or call centres, for example, during the current emergency. We have numerous people right across the state service assisting in the response to the COVID-19. It was then used in that arrangements as well. It is actually administered by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and that's where agencies go to activate that and to get the assistance from the state service where they need it.
Can I just ask, do you have a similar register in relation to your volunteer firefighters? So it seems that this interoperability register is really one that relates to public servants. Do you have an equivalent one for volunteers? And I should say firefighters or SES volunteers?
The short answer to that is no, we don't have a specific detailed list of what alternative skill sets those volunteers have. We take it on face value that they want to do the roles they've asked to do. We have this year commenced what we call a regional support units, where we are in fact doing that. It's only just been approved by the Commission, so that we're going to have those volunteers that are not working on front line but would like to be involved in incident command, for example. Primarily it's about incident command. They'll be on a register and part of what we call, which will be structured around a regional brigade centrally operating, not as a fire brigade decentralised.
Can I just add to that, as in the volunteers, for example, we're in the midst of the current emergency, the volunteers from the SES and fire service are assisting with, for example, compliance checking for our current COVID situation. So they are used in various situations to assist during the whatever emergency we are facing. So they're a valuable resource for us, and they do assist in different roles.
And further to that, within the structure of the fire service, we have in the volunteer ranks, we have fire brigades and brigade officers. We can use those brigade officers in our incident management team, say a brigade chief. We also have above that group officers, and they are extremely useful for local knowledge and for logistical support at the incident management teams in the regional or local areas. They are employed in those roles and in some other functions. So that still sort of aligned to what their role is within the fire service structure.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn to Tasmania's experience in the 2018-2019 bushfire season. And so if we stick with the same document, please go forward to page 0061 and enlarge paragraphs 2.15 through to 2.17. Thank you. This is an explanation of the 2018-19 bushfire season. We see there 115 bushfires started as a result of lightning strikes. And then at paragraph 2.17, and something that I find quite incredible, a second lightning event produced 2,402 dry lightning ground strikes, igniting a large number of additional fires. If we then go down to paragraphs 2.21 to 2.25, we see there an explanation of the interstate assistance sought. And so, Chief Arnold, I suspect this question will be for you because you are the Chief Officer referred to in paragraph 2.21. Can you just please talk us through this process by which you initiated interstate support in early 2019?
Yeah, so again, back to, as I mentioned earlier, in fact, this was the very issue or the very incident that was in my mind when I spoke earlier with those fires. Forgetting really it initiated, we had a number of fires out of that first lot of lightning strikes, of which we had about 400, but the subsequent one, and we were managing the fires okay, but the subsequent lightning bandit of 2,402 really meant we were going to be stretched and beyond capacity. As I spoke, we were doing that planning in the State Operations Centre, and we've got, and I left an attachment of a document that shows what that revealed, and we were prioritising the fires. Had a range of conversations about that, monitoring it closely, and as in 2.21, on the 9th of January, I did contact the CEO of AFAC, Stuart Ellis, and said, we need to have a meeting of COSC. Could you set something up? He immediately did so, and we subsequently did that. That was then, as normal, chaired by the DG of EMA, where we went round the states where what is the current situation at that time. As I explained earlier, we needed certain specialists because they were with remote fires and the activities around remote fires, and then we proceeded with resource requests subsequent to that. Does that answer your question satisfactorily, Mr. Glover?
Yes, thank you, Chief Arnold. Can we just bring up or enlarge just paragraph 2.25, please? Thank you. I'd just like to ask about the last sentence, which states AFAC played a key coordinating role through its National Resource Sharing Centre, NRSC, and the underpinning interjurisdictional agreements. I just wanted to examine that sentence in a little more detail. Taking the first part of AFAC playing a key coordinating role through NRSC, can you just please describe to us, even though the Commission's received evidence about what NRSC is, what role AFAC has in relation to NRSC?
The National Resource Sharing Centre is, if you like, a subset of AFAC. So AFAC has there's 5 companies. There are 5 companies in AFAC. There's the Secretariat. There's AIDA, the Australian Institute of Disaster Resilience, Institute of Disaster Resilience, NAFSI, the Aerial Firefighting Centre, the National Resource Sharing Centre. So I think I've covered them all. But the National Resource Sharing Centre is it's a small element of AFAC, although they're often staff, and it's initiated through AFAC staff, and then we supply support to it at different states. Tasmania's done that in last year in particular because we couldn't afford the staff to go there. So it's a coordination function, and it all sets up with the agreements that we have preordained to allow us to move for responding or receiving agencies to help each other. And essentially what they'll do is they'll coordinate from state to state. They are the connection from state to state. So they're not, if you like, making operational decisions. They're coordinating or enabling the operational needs of the various states or jurisdictions. That's essentially their role. What they will also do is provide for us, and earlier in that paragraph we spoke of how we'd learnt over time, they will provide into Tasmania, for example, liaisons and coordinate those things. And the liaisons which will fit in our international liaison unit will have people from different states who may be sending or receiving resources, and that's part of a locally based interstate liaison unit. But they'll help us with that as well. So it's a coordinating function, Mr. Glover.
Yes, thank you, Chief Arnold. And just while we're talking about AFAC, I understand you are a director of AFAC, is that right?
Correct. I'm a director on the board. However, the council is the senior body. So the AFAC Council, or the National Council as it's now called, consists of all the member agencies of AFAC, so all the fire and emergency services authorities. That includes land management agencies. That's a very large group. The board is essentially, as any other board, looks after the fiduciary and the employment, etc. So, and the other companies to make sure that they're on track. The board is a subset of the council. COSC is a subset of the council. But COSC is just simply jurisdictional, so Chief Officers and Commissioners. It was originally set up really for this interstate coordination, COSC. But that was, I think it was only about 2014 that we did that. It was before I was a chief, but it's only been in the last 5 or 6 years that we've had that function. It does some other things as well, but predominantly that's what it was established for, and to work hand in glove with EMA. And I think that's been, well, in my view, that's been quite successful, to be honest. Others will judge that, I'm sure.
Thank you. And just to finish off on this sentence, I was just interested in the last part, which says, and the underpinning into jurisdictional agreements. Can you just explain what those agreements are?
Yeah, we've all signed up to a national agreement where we have an understanding of how we will share resources from state to state or territory to state or territory. We have separate agreements, very much the same for overseas arrangements with Canada and the USA. So it's preordained. This again is, we're going back to one of the, I guess, the inspirations from COSC is to let's set this up so that we all know in readiness or beforehand what the arrangements are going to be, so that in the moment we don't have confusion or misunderstandings. So that's what we have in an Australian interstate agreement, essentially. I think that's an attachment too that we may have provided you as well, Council.
Thank you. I understand the Chair has a question.
I do, and it's with the interjurisdictional agreements, and it may have come up about 100 days ago when we first started the hearings, but just to confirm, is it interjurisdictional agreements like that that provide the legal protections for Tasmanian firefighters when they go into another state? Or are there other arrangements that do that? So interjurisdictional agreement, does it have legal coverage or like, or are there other ways? Or if a Tasmanian firefighter goes in New South Wales, they're under Tasmanian protections, which I can't think would work. But I'm just interested in how you protect your firefighters from those 3 agencies that you send interstate?
Thank you, Commissioner. It doesn't provide protections, but it does lay out how the protections are managed. So if we health and safety, if we have to apply health and safety protections of a jurisdiction, then that's explained in that agreement. And my understanding is that we still are. I'd have to take it on notice otherwise, Commissioner, and I'm happy to follow that up. But my understanding is that we still are responsible for our own people ultimately for their own health and safety under our own state legislation.
No, that would make sense to me. I was more thinking about legal liabilities in backburning, or each state, I believe, has different coverages for that. So how are those protections met? If a Tasmanian team goes into New South Wales, initiates a backburn, goes wrong, lots of houses gone, do they have exemptions or protections legally? And if so, how is that all done? Or I might be going in the wrong path. If I am, please tell me.
I suspect it's the same in most states. Our state legislation, the Fire Service Act, provides protections if it's done in good faith, and it doesn't matter whether it's a firefighter or someone that's authorised to assist.
Okay,
So
that's in
using-
good faith in Tasmania. Does that good faith transition across jurisdictions? It does.
I'd have to look. I assume it does, Commissioner, but I'm not privy to other legislation.
No, that's
clarity and the
okay.
powers
Okay,
that
if you're
are
not
there.
across it, it'll be something we will just check. We probably have that evidence somewhere previously. But thank you for that.
And I know that there are certain powers enacted, say, for example, when we go to New South Wales, there are some things we can do and can't do. We're briefed on that. For example, Section 44 means that they'll enact their instant controls or whatever. Well, I could not be an instant controller there because that's preordained in the way they do that, but I can act under their direction to work for them in what they're trying to achieve, whatever it be.
No, that may be how the coverage works. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I'd like to turn to the reviews of the 2018-2019 bushfires. So my understanding is in relation to those bushfires, Tasmania had 2 reviews conducted, one by AFAC and one by SEMC, which is the State Emergency Management Committee. Is that right?
Let me firstly speak about the AFAC one. Early in the season, I asked for a peer review by AFAC. We have done this time and again, and again, I contacted the CEO of AFAC and asked to do that. We had started to establish that while the fire season was underway. However, I did inform our minister, and then the government of the day chose to expand the terms of reference to capture perhaps, well, for example, to capture public submissions, and rather than being purely an operational review, it then became the state government's review, and it ultimately led to 9 recommendations. So that was what we're referring to as the AFAC review of that particular season, Mr. Glover, and we also have done our own internal reviews, aggregate those often to the State Emergency Management Committee, which the Commissioner has got carriage of, and there are a range of I'll leave it perhaps to the Commissioner to speak about the State Emergency Management Committee review.
Thank you.
Basically, after every major emergency or major event in Tasmania where the State Emergency Management Committee is involved and plays an active role, then we conduct a review, and that involves all agencies, obviously, that sit around the table for the SEMC. And this occasion, we initiated a review and a report was generated.
Thank you. So I just wanted to take them one by one. So I'll go, and I think it was the AFAC review that was completed first, and then the SEMC review followed that. The AFAC review is RCN.001.005.9434. Chief Arnold, I just wanted to ask you, is it a usual function of AFAC to conduct a review like this?
It's not a usual function, but it's perhaps evolved that way. what we're looking for is a peer review. We could initiate it another way, but it's just because we have a central coordinating body that would be happy to do that, and they will select independent senior officers to do that review. But the good thing about that, of course, is that they understand our business. They are independent, so when they have spoken to me, they said, well, Chris, this is what's going to come out, and we found some holes in things, and it's not catastrophic, don't get me wrong, but they are fearless in their responses.
Thank you. And so, Commissioners, on the first page, you'll see, no need to bring this up, you'll see the persons who conducted the review. It was a Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Fire and Emergency Services Western Australia, the Director of Asset Services of the Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services, and the Director of Capability and Assurance of AFAC. I just wanted to bring up the methodology, which appears at page 0.9442 in paragraphs 2.11 to 2.14. So this is the methodology that was adopted for the AFAC review. I assume, Chief Arnold, that you were involved in setting out the methodology and also the terms of reference?
So, yes, as I said earlier, the latter part of the question first, the terms of reference were established, but of course when I briefed our Minister about that, our government wanted the terms of reference altered to incorporate a wider remit of a review. So that was changed accordingly. So that's how those terms of reference came to be about. It has always been almost a no blame. It's not adversarial. It's the approach to this. That's how we commonly, throughout our fire service, whether we do any after action review, if we find that we get the best results by not being adversarial, and I think the Commission, I must commend the Commission, the approach is very much the same here, and we therefore get more information from people, more open feeling about what happened and what didn't happen. So this was along the same lines. We've had these sorts of discussions again at that COSC area about how we should conduct reviews and how they should be. And again, that's why I say I think this has been initiated around that, working on the peer review approach rather than some purely independent person that's outside our industry looking and reviewing us. Not to say I haven't had those sorts of reviews or been part of those previously, but the peer review, we think we get more meaningful recommendations that are really enable us to be able to make a difference, to be able to be enacted, rather than have 72 recommendations that take forever or don't ever get funded. We've got 9, and they're all pretty well done at the moment. I must say there's no reviews. In the last 10 years, Tasmania has dealt with, certainly my state, I've made sure that we have no outstanding recommendations from any review, but for one, which is injustice, which involves the SES, perhaps not so relevant today. But other than that, we've got no fire review recommendations that are outstanding at the moment.
Thank you. I'll ask you about just how you go about that process of implementing the recommendations and making sure that those implementations, are carried out shortly. I just want to ask you 2 more questions about the report. The first is, once this report was finished, was it shared with other jurisdictions within AFAC or otherwise?
I don't remember specifically doing that, but it's a public document and available to all. And it is normal for us to do that. So it's freely available. I can't remember proactively doing that, but as a matter of course, it is normal to do that.
Yeah, and so I think the review itself is on the AIDR website, so it's certainly available to the public and members of AFAC.
Indeed, it was meant to be a public document, Council, and that's there's no secrets with this one at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
if you like.
And
Not that I have secrets with other ones either.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was the obvious next question.
it was going to be. So I'll go back to my second question just before we leave, just before we turn to the recommendations. Was it the case that when you asked AFAC to conduct this review, did Tasmania Fire Service have to pay AFAC to conduct the review?
Yes.
Thank you.
It was $50,000. Yeah.
Thank you. So, operator, please bring up page .9440. This is the recommendations page, or the summary of recommendations page. I don't propose to take you through one by one the recommendations. I just wanted to draw out a couple of them and ask for your views and experiences now that these are being implemented. Just in relation to recommendation 1, it suggests that 3 Tasmanian fire agencies initiate a discussion among their Australasian peers, and that the outcome should be a document which allows for benchmarking to accepted good practice across Australasia, from which Tasmanian fire agencies can develop protocols against which the management of future events can be tested. Have those discussions been held, and what has been the outcome of them?
To date, so I initiated discussions at the cost level. In AFAC, we have working groups or strategy groups. We have a rural and land management group. The Tasmanian representative of the rural and land management group took a paper about this to the rural land management group, and they are currently working on that. It's not completely resolved. They're currently working on that. We've had a little bit of COVID interruption with this, I guess you might appreciate. And it's being followed up by the 3 representatives, or the representatives on that working group. TFS, Parks and Wildlife and Sustainable Timber Tasmania have representatives there. And we're also doing that sort of work in a tripartite tactical working group that's within our own state structure as well, which is multi-agency work. We have not got a document that says, here it is now, these are the recommendations as yet.
Thank you. And I know that...
But for the purpose of the recommendations, the discussions have been entered into. So for that recommendations, the discussions have been entered into and are ongoing.
And I understand Tasmania has an existing risk assessment framework relating to bushfires generally, but it seemed to me that this recommendation is really focusing on that issue you had in that bushfire season, which was new fire starts in remote terrain. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And subsequent to that, one of the things I've been interested in is having what we call a lightning strategy. So how do we deal with lightning? So initially a lot of that, the post-review issues were around initial attack, and we do that quite well with weight of response. But this question's asking is, what is the weight of response for initial attack? It may be that we're going for overkill, and that's where this is coming from as far as what's the ideal, the measured response to remote fires. And then more broadly, how do we deal, the lightning strategy is looking at how do we deal with 70 ignitions simultaneously, and that's a different approach. So we're still working on other things, but the lightning strategy we're pretty comfortable with. We need to resource that a little better, but we know what we're doing there. But we still need to finalise this. But this one's more about what's the right weight of response.
Thank you. Just going down to, just before we go leave that recommendation, something I was interested in was the sort of initiation of discussions among Australasian peers. Just thinking about that discussion more generally, does looking outside of Tasmania inform your frameworks or policies relating to bushfire response?
Yes, it does. We have exchanges overseas. We work interstate. We travel interstate, and of course, folks come to Tasmania to help us. That's always healthy. We have through AFAC a range of, like I said, strategy groups that focus on various things. The Rural and Land Management Group here help us in relation to wildfire or bushfire. And we learn from each other that way. So we have those networks set up to learn from each other. We will copy doctrine, acknowledging who you copy it from, of course, but we will copy doctrine if it applies. One thing that said, that the strategy in Tasmania may differ from other states because we are, compared to Victoria, where there is much more grass fire, for example, we don't have the grass fires. We have hilly, tall forest terrain, a lake system that we can utilise to get water from. So our air attack situation might be quite different, but there's some fundamentals that are still the same as far as what would be our doctrine or our approaches.
Thank you. And just in relation to sort of AFAC and its working groups or subcommittees, does AFAC lead development of those policies in a national sense?
No, they are done by consensus. So we'll always. When I've been in earlier days, when I was in those working groups, it was never a voting thing. It was always done through consensus to get the best solution for all. AFAC serves the member agencies. It's not the other way around. It is not a dictatorial leader of member agencies. It's there to support the member agencies. So it may take a while, in fact, Council, to get some of these things worked out, whether it be, whatever it be whether it be a doctrinal thing or whatever. But ultimately, we'll all have a look at what might be the final AFAC doctrine, which I'll invariably adopt, and we'll sign them off at Council. So all the Council members know what the new documentation is for whatever the project is. It's shared, understood, and it's about mutual benefit for all of us. That's how that functions.
Thank you. I'll move on now to another recommendation. So please enlarge recommendation 3, operator. This recommendation concerns planning, carrying out and enforcing fuel management on private property. I just wanted to ask, what's the status of this recommendation and what has been done to sort of carry out any implementation of the recommendation?
So perhaps I'll first start off with, we have a Tinian Blind fuel reduction unit that's been established post the Dun Alley fires. So at the time, an Enlightened government has funded $9 million per year, and that's significant for Tasmania, to have a strategic fuel reduction program. That has proven its worth, in fact, protected townships by removing fuel that would have otherwise allowed bushfires to enter into towns and destroy them. So that's been an ongoing process. It's very easy for land management agencies that they understand, so forestry and parks, for example, or large landowners, they understand their own land and their own responsibilities. There are laws around that that they need to be compliant with to protect habitat and so on for creatures or whatever it be. But and parks and forestry understand that well. It is very difficult in the private domain, which we have focused on with our fuel reduction unit. It's very difficult because it almost needs to be nuanced to every property we go to, because what they see as valuable assets may differ, unlike raptor nests for the Parks and Wildlife Service. They know where they are, they know how to protect them, etc., for example. So that's one thing. We've progressed quite well with private land, and we've worked a lot on what is the urban interface. And I'd just like to make a quick point, if I could, Council. When we talk bushfire, it's very important that we talk rural-urban interface, because that's where the rub really is. It's all very well to get a bushfire down in landscape scale bushfires, which is important that we do that. But our primary focus has nevertheless been smaller hectares of maybe only up to 50 or 100 hectares even, to make sure we're protecting the urban interface so that an invading fire is actually stopped, albeit at the 11th hour, we're able to control that. That's being dealt with, and it's moving quite well, and we're 5 years into the program. We've done approximately 700 burns on that. What we also have now is, after the State of the State announcement by the Premier this year, our government intends to introduce a bushfire mitigations measures bill. We're working on that right now, and it's taking a large amount of my time and others to have a mitigations bill in by the end of the year that frees up some of the constraints for private landowners to be able to do burning. So we want to get rid of red tape, make it easier, provide them with good plans up front so that they're capturing all the issues that they might need to make sure that they're protecting the wildlife habitat or whatever it be. And so that mitigations bill we're about to draft that now. So there's a couple of elements that we've got. The fuel reduction program has been running well. We've reviewed it, and it's proving to be successful. It has protected communities already in successive fire seasons, and we've got the mitigation measures bill, which is underway at the moment.
Thank you. I just want to move on now to operator, a new page, point 9460 and paragraph 4.2.34. I think we touched upon your risk assessment processes just generally before, but you'll see there a reference to the bushfire risk assessment model tool. Chief Arnold, can you just explain what that is and how it operates, please?
Okay, so this is more a science type, not a social type. It's the bushfire risk assessment it takes in factors like terrain, fuel type, where the basics one would expect that have to come together to create a bushfire. Not ignitions, but that bushfire risk assessment model then is able to gauge what areas of Tasmania are at greatest risk from bushfire. So we need to display that spatially so that we're aware of that. If you then are able to put in a mitigation measure, whether it be a treatment to the fuel or something else, a treatment being back burning or clearing in mechanical clearing or something like that, that'll then change the rating on the risk, and that's the type of model we use. You can do it in response as well by pre-positioning equipment, say aircraft or strike teams, and that can actually be used on the day to say we're mitigating a risk that we can see is a higher risk simply by having response availability. So there's different ways of approaching that. So there's like the seasonal or long-term risk assessment, and then there's the immediate response risk assessment that this can inform.
Thank you. Is this tool something that's unique to Tasmania, or do other jurisdictions use it?
My understanding is based on a Canadian model. This has been primarily driven by the Parks and Wildlife Service, so more originally purely bushfire, but we have factored in the risk associated with the built environment as well. Since originally it was bushfire and there were gaps with not showing what the built environment risk is, clearly there's no bush in the city of Hobart, but you need to factor that in as a risk. The fuel type's different, I guess.
Thank you. And so just in relation to the tool, since we talked about the sort of challenges of remote terrain, does the tool seek to address that issue of terrain, in particular remote terrain?
It covers on the range of terrain and fuel, the elements that, the natural elements that exist. if you like, as the fuel. So terrain matters because of how fires will move up and down slope and the like.
And so this report was written or finalised in July 2019, and we're now in July 2020. The last sentence there says the model remains a work in progress. Are you just able to update the commissioners on sort of what further work's being undertaken in relation to it?
No, I'd need to take that one on notice. Other than to say it's continuous improvement with the modelling. We've got, even in the last couple of years, we've got better data, better information. So when we feed into our risk analysis for bushfire, we will recalibrate where we've had wildfires, for example, through an area that reduces the risk. It's an unwanted fire, but nevertheless, that reduces risk. Or whether we've done a fuel reduction, that'll reduce the risk. So it's ongoing, but we're also becoming more accurate with satellite imagery that we can use to improve the accuracy of the model and so on. So that is my understanding of what that's alluding to, Council. I'm not aware of any other specific work that's being done. I haven't received a briefing on that, so I don't suspect any other work is being done. But I could follow that up if required for you.
Thank you. We might move forward in the document to paragraphs 4.2.61 and 4.2.62. That's on page. Already got it. Thank you. This is a slightly different topic. I just wanted to explore with you a couple of sentences from these paragraphs. And in 4.61, the second sentence sort of makes the point that Tasmania's firefighting workforce is not currently large enough to deal with all possible eventualities without assistance from outside the state. The next sentence says, that said, we find it hard to imagine that it could ever be, and the same could be said for any state or territory in Australia. So I just wanted to get your view or opinion on the importance that assistance from outside the state, so I assume they're meaning interstate, Commonwealth or international assistance, plays in relation to the firefighting response.
Okay, so there's the statement of I think all states and territories would say they have certain capacity. If we had Armageddon, no one would be able to deal with it. We have an ability, it's well understood in Tasmania, a normal fire season, I think I mentioned earlier, 3 or 4 fires we're able to cope with, depending on when they come. It also depends on the time of the day and so on, and the dryness, basically the fire danger rating. So if we have catastrophic fire danger, our strategy will change to basically get out of the way and protect life. When what I've found with initial attack, we have focused significantly in the last 4 years on initial attack on days of total fire ban. When we are in a fire danger rating of very high to severe, we will hold fires. When we move beyond into extreme sometimes as well, but when we're in extreme to catastrophic, we will not hold the fires. They are not extinguishable. So that's a variance within the season. So that's more into the tactical side. Coming into the fire season, if I look at, as I have done over the past 4 years, we know that we've had risk on the East Coast. We concentrate resourcing and prepare for fires on the East Coast to try and grab them in initial attack. We've been very successful in doing that. And so we're able to adjust our tactics or our strategy to do that. If we were all over Tasmania saying that we're above normal in our fires, we would not have the capacity. We'd have to seek very quick arrangements to provide to get support from interstate. So there is a level of judgment in this. I'm sure that I know my peers interstate and in other territories have that same level of judgment that has to be called. The model essentially is knowing we cannot manage everything, we share resources. This is also, I make the point, it's particularly important for Tasmania because we are a small jurisdiction that cannot afford everything. And it's folly to think that we can be everything to everyone. And it is something that we know that we will rely on, say, for example, aircraft. We will not base a large air tanker in Tasmania, but we have facilities to refuel large air tankers in Tasmania. So on a national scale, we will call for a large air tanker for specific missions into Tasmania, have done so regularly, from New South Wales or Victoria. And those cooperative arrangements are quite critical, the ability to prioritise that. And I know that's been worked on by EMA at the moment, is very important. So, but we couldn't afford to say, let's base this here. And there are other specialised areas that we won't gear up for. We've only got 320 career firefighters. They cannot do everything. And our volunteer workforce, like most volunteers, is ably equipped to deal with basic structure and bushfire. But we're not expecting them to deal with complex high-rise buildings, etc. So we in often times, we'll prepare to look after ourselves for 24 hours knowing that the plan is in fact to call on Melbourne or to call on Sydney to help us.
So I have a couple of questions arising from that. Having that recognition you do that you may call on New South Wales or Victoria to help you, what happens when the fire seasons start to overlap or be coextensive across those jurisdictions, so New South Wales, Victoria and also Tasmania?
Perhaps I'll go back to a previous point I made. That hadn't been the case. We tended to be able to go, the southern states could go to New South Wales or vice versa. But of course, last summer, that was not the case. Going into the summer, I was also aware of that, and we made particular effort to gear up for not being able to get support. So we understood that we were going to have to really be on our mettle for initial attack. We needed additional aircraft. Our volunteer briefings needed to make sure that we were able to have pre-formed strike teams more able to affect initial attack than we had in the past. Work on that lightning strategy. Like I said, there were some things. It's not a perfect science, though, I'm afraid, and we could have been caught out. We have, I must say, New Zealand are fantastic. They know how to operate in our environment. They're used to tall timber, and they work very well in Tasmania. And then, of course, ultimately, we could call on overseas, say, from North America. We could go to Europe too, but there's language issues. You're better to go to North America, and then you've got to look at the cost effectiveness. When we get volunteers coming from interstate, they'll often go on a rotation of 1 day travel, 3 days on, 1 day out, and then costs associated with accommodation and travel. Compared to overseas, 21-day deployment, full time. So there's a cost benefit analysis that we need to do around that, but to date, the local availability, meaning New South Wales firefighters have been magnificent for us. The local availability has worked to date, but it could have been very testing, certainly last summer if we needed support.
Thank you. That's a very helpful and comprehensive answer. I just had a question about the large air tanker you might need to acquire from New South Wales or Victoria, as the case may be. I take it those are arrangements that are organised or facilitated through NAFC, is that right?
Yes. Yes, what we have is one of the recommendations from that AFAC review was to establish a state air desk. We haven't established state air desk. So resourcing, we spoke of the National Resource Sharing Centre. The NAFC aircraft, which we have 7 contracted here, 30 call when needed, and in fact 150 NAFSI aircraft across the country that we could call on if they're not already deployed. Unfortunately, those 150 last year were deployed and we could not get aircraft. But simply our State Air Desk provides support to whoever has lead of the fire, Parks, Sustainable Timber or TFS. The State Air Desk is run by Tasmania Fire Service, and they will facilitate requests to bring aircraft. So that element of resourcing is done separately to trucks and crews and other elements of resourcing. We're now making moves through NAFSI and the National Resource Sharing Centre to improve our database work and our coordination of all. So whilst we do it quite well with database, an ARENA database across the country for aircraft, we're looking to extend that to plant and machinery and ultimately to firefighters.
The chair has a question.
So the NAFC aircraft, about 150 operating around Australia, is it first in best dressed, or is there a prioritisation process on who actually needs the assets above other areas, so across jurisdictions? So Tasmania is burning, and it's burning hard, and it's approaching infrastructure or whatever, or population, and you need it. Is the answer no, they're already deployed, or is there a process in place to assess which is the higher risk area and where those aircraft are best placed to deploy?
The short answer to that is no, Commissioner. It's something that is being worked on, though. We have recently the Ministerial Committee for Police and Emergency Management has signed off on priorities that EMA has presented. So we've all signed up to having prioritisation. But the nuanced area of is Hobart at risk and do we need a large air tanker versus is there Trafalgar in Victoria, can I get that large air tanker? That is something that's done between respective chiefs and commissioners at this stage. I haven't had the problem, but it is a concern of mine that we need to refine that. And it's understood that we need to refine that. We haven't done that as yet.
Okay, so currently the Resource Sharing Centre, or the NAFC side of it, really is brokering and moving them around. There's no decision-making process or assessment process on where they're best placed to go. And I do appreciate that the last season really did test that, and so it's something we're looking for lessons from as well.
And NAFC at the moment is preparing a strategy associated with that that will go to cost shortly around how we do approach and deal with that. So it's pre-positioning of aircraft and around the nation. For example, we have had discussions and do regularly, they're initiated by NAFC, is where will we put large air tankers and or will we hang on to them? So we've had conversations about whether we have one in Western Australia and hold on depending on what their fire season is looking like. Or there's been times where we've said these are very expensive items you'd appreciate, Commissioner, so let's close that contract down. No, let's hold it on and we'll base one in the ACT so that it can, so that we've got coverage. So we do have those commentary, and of course I put my bid in for aircraft to go to South Australia, Victoria, or in fact New South Wales. So for large air tankers that we have, it's understood that I might be able to call on those if they're available. So we have covered it, but when it gets down to do we protect Melbourne, do we protect Hobart, and there's only one resource, then we haven't quite got to that point. As I said earlier, of course, we can draw from aircraft from Western Australia or South Australia because the fire weather's past Western Australia, South Australia, by the time it gets to Victoria and Tasmania.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chief Arnold, just in relation to that answer to the Chair's question, you said NAFC at the moment is preparing a strategy associated with that will go to COSC shortly. We have heard some evidence that COSC doesn't have a sort of formal decision-making role, but what role would COSC have in relation to the NAFC strategy?
Oh, well, I think it would be an enhancement, Council. We've got to make sure that it's a consultation here. We're not, this is how AFAC operates, as I mentioned earlier. This is about consultation. This is about getting the best result for everyone. We're not down to that decision making. But it is a concern, of course, as the Commissioner mentioned, that we might have to get to a fine point on where a limited resource might be deployed.
Are you able to tell us when that strategy might be going to COSC?
This month, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
I could give you a date specifically, and it may be this month. I'm not sure exactly when. It may only be drafted and reviewed, because there's a COSC meeting tomorrow, but it may then be dealt with out of session after.
Yeah, thank you. I might turn now to the other review of the 2018-2019 bushfires, and that's the State Emergency Management Committee report. So, Commissioner Hine, I might turn back to you because you have been sitting there silent while we talk bushfires for a while. But can you just please explain the role of the SEMC, your place on it, please?
Basically, as the State Controller, I'm the Chair of the State Emergency Management Committee. As you've alluded to, we did do a report after the lessons learnt report from the 2018-19 bushfires. It is an internal report that we did internally. Each agency that sits around the State Emergency Management Committee and who sits on it and as part of it, did a lessons learnt exercise. It was accumulated into a report. A lot of those lessons learnt have been captured in the current, what I called the Tasmanian Emergency Management Arrangements, which was signed off in December last year. So a lot of those are being captured in that to inform that as well. So it is very much an internal document, and again, it's good practice to review any major event of that nature.
Are the recommendations, I'm not sure whether they're called recommendations, are they? They're called lessons or observations. Are they being implemented in any way?
Yes, each lessons is being implemented in one way or another. As I said, under the TEMA, a lot were captured and informed the current TEMA as well, and many of them are partially completed or are fully completed as well. So it is the each member agency has certain responsibilities under the I'll call them recommendations or guidance as well. So, and also the State Emergency Service, who's the Secretariat to the State Emergency Management Committee, have a responsibility for monitoring and implementing a lot of the lessons learned.
Thank you. I'll just bring up a page. It's dpc.500.001.0016, please. This is a diagram that we've seen in a few different iterations. This is obviously specific to Tasmania's arrangements, but is this meant to show a sort of process of continuous improvement from the SEMC's lessons learned approach?
Yes, that's a good description. It is about continuous learning to make sure that we capture the lessons learned from every major event where the SEMC is either involved, fully involved, or partially involved. So it is a continuous learning diagram.
And Commissioner Hine, can you just explain how SEMC tracks the implementation, so to keep agencies accountable, essentially?
Basically, when we have an SEMC meeting, it's every heads of agency in state government sit on that, along with other lead agencies not a head of agency. They sit on it and then they report back to SCMC when we have the meetings.
Thank you. And I suppose this may be a question better directed to Chief Arnold. But will the lessons learned from the 2018-2019 bushfire season be used in the event Tasmania requires assistance from interstate or internationally in the future?
I expect so, yes. I do. I've no reason why we wouldn't. We have in fact learnt over successive seasons, and like I mentioned, our interstate and international liaison unit, as we have learnt, we've improved our processes, we've invested more in those, we've streamlined the processes, and in particular that area we have learnt from, and we will implement those things.
Thank you. I think I said towards the start of your evidence that I would circle back to the most recent bushfire season when Tasmania was an exporter of firefighters to Queensland and New South Wales. I just wanted to ask, in relation to that most recent bushfire season, when those firefighters were deployed to the north, were those firefighters provided under NRSC arrangements?
Yes, they were. That was how that did work. So we had firefighters. Initially, we were called to Queensland, then New South Wales. We provided firefighters for the ACT, and we continued throughout the summer, which gives you a sense of how we were able to manage our own summer here in this state. We continued for 5 months, sustained firefighters as requested interstate. Through the National Resource Sharing Centre. Yes, through the National Resource Sharing Centre, and we also provided people in the National Resource Sharing Centre to help with those coordination.
So when you provide those personnel to the NRSC, what sort of roles do they do?
It's an administrative role. That'll be based in Melbourne. Other times we might provide a liaison in the state that is looking for resourcing. We don't want to cloud the states that the receiving state. It's better if you don't. You're better to run with the resource sharing arrangement in, say, Melbourne or somewhere, because there's enough people, there's enough going on for the receiving state. We try to avoid putting too many people in there.
And when you provide those resources or those personnel to NRSC, does Tasmania continue to pay for them? You continue to pay those personnel?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, it's understood often. There's a lot of good faith arrangements here with payment and the like. You'll see, though, in some of the agreements it's very clear about the payment as well. So often receiving agency, if it's generally receiving agency, that's the overarching coordination, but receiving agency will pay. Could I make a point about volunteers, perhaps, Council?
My very next point was going to be about volunteers, so please do.
One of the most important things that we have in this country is volunteers. In other capitalist countries, it is not done that way. So what happens, it's important, our volunteers like to get back to their job, whether it be on the farm or whether it be in the township or whatever. So it's not about making money, it's about saving money. It's about getting the fire out and getting back to work. We've got to be careful of the trap of payment and then getting on the clock. Perhaps an example through aircraft, we now need to think, do we purchase aircraft or do we lease aircraft? That's something that we're looking at the NAFSI area. New South Wales, I know, has gone through that and they've purchased their own large air tanker. Now, unfortunately, they had one of the busiest seasons and they've already moved into maintenance and so on. You have to accept when you're buying something, then you're going to end up with a maintenance, of course. So the cost benefit there. But it also means you use your pilots effectively, because pilot hours are critical. And when you're on the clock and it's a hire, it's not so much worried about. So going back to volunteers, though, it's very important that we support and maintain our volunteer workforce. 250, well, there's various quotes, but it'll vary, of course, but 250,000 versus about 20,000 paid firefighters in the country. Very important that we are able to maintain effectiveness in our firefighting through volunteers. And I'm and I'm not dismissing the value from our SES units either. But this is completely different, say, for example, in the USA, where everything's contracted in, and it's billions and billions, not that it doesn't cost us billions, but it's significant when we have a different model. So I just, perhaps for the Commission's noting, it's really worth that we consider our volunteers.
Thank you. The question I was going to ask you was in relation to those deployments to New South Wales and Queensland. Did you send volunteer firefighters up there, or were they only paid firefighters?
No, we sent volunteers. Predominantly, all our deployments from Tasmania Fire Service were volunteers this year. Parks and Wildlife and Sustainable Timber, of course, have their contractors or their full-time staff going. We did also send some career firefighters, paid firefighters, but the frontline workers were predominantly volunteers. We had some supervisory staff, some liaisons were career, and in fact sometimes volunteer.
Thank you. I only have one further question for you, and it sort of came up, Commissioner Hine, in one of your answers before, in relation to the assistance that volunteer SES and firefighters are providing in relation to the COVID-19 response. I just wanted to ask, and I suppose this is a question for both of you, what plans are in place to address the impact of COVID-19 on Tasmania's preparation for the upcoming bushfire season?
Okay, thank you for that. I'll start off before I hand over to Chief Arnold. Basically, there's been extensive planning in relation to our emergency response for COVID-19. We as a state have to have COVID safety plans, and we're in the process of they are implemented, and we're enacting those. In relation to evacuation centres for any bushfire that may occur, we have COVID safety plans in relation to that. So we as an organisation have very detailed planning in relation to what may occur. Obviously, any COVID situation that may occur in Tasmania, we have well-defined response protocols in relation to that. If we have to get assistance from interstate or internationally, we're in a situation at the moment where we have restrictions on who can come to Tasmania. Obviously, we would have to take public health advice about where a current hotspot is. Victoria, any Victoria person who's lived or worked in Victoria in the last 14 days will get turned around and cannot come into Tasmania. Also of the current risk, like many other states. So obviously that'll inform our decisions about deployments. We know we have a bushfire season coming up. We're certainly planning in relation to, from an emergency services point of view, to make sure we've got very detailed plans to protect our community, but also importantly to protect our emergency services workers.
Thank you. Chief Arnold, did you have anything specific or anything extra to add from the firefighting perspective?
I might be a bit more detailed. It's really long term, but we haven't got an El Nino La Nina yet, and we're probably in Tasmania likely to have a normal fire season. So 3 to 4 major fires is what we're saying. That's way too far out to confirm that. Until August, we won't really be able to do that. And the Bushfire and Natural Hazard CRC will help us do that. But it's also indicating Western Australia, South Australia will have a higher and more severe fire season than normal. That's the very early stages. As far as COVID goes, right now it really hasn't impacted our service delivery. Notwithstanding, we've had to have some limitations on our training, our office availability, our at-risk volunteer groups. Our older and some of our Aboriginal folks, we need to be mindful that they're at risk. And like the Commissioner said, the recovery plan is underway. We've had difficulty in selecting. Our selection process for career firefighters is difficult. I think all states have had difficulty with their selection process for their full-time firefighters, but we'll get over all those. There's 3 aspects to looking forward to the fire season. There's cross-border restrictions. So overseas and aircraft and crews, Australia cannot provide enough aircraft alone. It needs to have overseas aircraft and crews come into this country to support us in our firefighting efforts. interstate deployments with quarantining would obviously create problems going out or coming in, so we need to think about that. And in fact, even getting to training now for some of the aircraft things I want to do that we need to do interstate, we're having some difficulty with. But they're not insurmountable, the immediate issues. The second issue is social distancing. So in our facilities, we don't have the same amount of room because we need to separate 1.5 metres or whatever it be. So for our incident management teams, that's challenging. Even for group briefings on the fire ground, crew changeovers could have problems. So you need to clean the truck if people get in and out of the truck, things like that. And not so much fire, but for community, the evacuation centres, we need to give that some thought. So that's the social distancing aspect. But 3, of course, our big fear is having a COVID-19 infection. So if we had that in a camp or a fire ground, then what's that mean for us? And that will immediately reduce capacity and give grief to us. What we would do, well, at the moment, the plan is to pull the teams out, do a deep clean and replace them, or relocate the fire ground crews to another site and change them over, etc. And that will also, of course, mean that we are down on resources. So very important that we actually know what we're going to do and how we approach those. Essentially 3 issues there, Mr Glover, that we have to think about going forward.
Thank you. That was a very useful answer. I think that's the first time we have heard about the direct impact of a potential infection on the fire ground itself. So thank you. Commissioners, those are my questions.
Yeah, no, I think Commissioner Rogers got into some detail of into the camps and things like that as well yesterday, but it was good to hear that level of detail. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Operator, could you pull up TPF 500 001 0062? The last 2 paras, 3.2 and 3.3. In this, thank you both for your evidence, by the way. In these 2 paragraphs, you describe your state-level strategic fire risk assessment process, and as you described there, it's an ISO compliant and it's repeatable, and as a consequence of that, it's repeatable and objective. I just wondered whether you could comment on how useful you find that in your resource allocation decisions.
Commissioner, that's extremely useful. So this is done at the state level. So we look at what major fire, so we have the routine fire response through what FireCom, which is our state dispatch centre to all fires. So and the regions monitor what resourcing's there. At the state level, we prioritise the fires. So if we've got 35 fires, then we'll prioritise them, know what resourcing has to go on them. We then, in that, akin to that document, the Intel cell keeps monitoring what the resource requests are, remembering an incident management team, whether it's dealing with one large fire or a complex of fires, has to forecast basically 10 to 14 days. We say minimum of 10, but it's usually 2 weeks is what we're thinking. They forecast out their resourcing, and that's what we use, knowing what's coming and factoring in things like potential lightning strikes that the Bureau will tell us are coming, etc., and what our capacity will be to deal with our priority fires and with the resourcing that exists. I think I've given an example of one of those that we used, but it may not be as specific about the resourcing, but it certainly gives priority fires and what's needed on those fires. At the lower level, the incident management team does 3 options to work out what it's attacked. When we appoint an incident management team, we say, these are your objectives. They then work out what the situation is and what 3 options they've got, and it'll vary the resourcing. So it might be 50 trucks and no aircraft, or 3 aircraft and 12 trucks, and there's a cost associated with that. They come up with what the best solution is, and then that's how we aggregate this resourcing up and how the fires are prioritised. And some fires, and we did in 18-19, we may leave fires if they're doing no harm. We left fires in the southwest of Tasmania just burning in peat. It was doing no economic harm, no environmental harm. It was fine. So sometimes we'll leave them as well.
That makes perfect sense to me. Do you know if any other jurisdictions have adopted a similar process, or whether that sort of approach is being looked at for national resource sharing?
the short answer to that, Commissioner, is no, I don't know. I have assumed that they have processes, but I don't know.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. Nothing else from me.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks. I just have one quick question. In your response, you said that Tasmania is guided inter alia by Comdisplan, and if I can bring up the same document at page 0067 and paragraph 8.1, just so you know what I'm talking about, which is a reference to when you can activate Comdisplan. I'm just curious because Comdisplan, you've raised there the fact that a jurisdiction cannot reasonably meet their needs should assistance be sought in the in that. Comdisplan, to me, and I'm not asking you to construe the document, but it refers to that concept of a jurisdiction cannot reasonably cope with the needs of the situation. It then actually refers in another part of the document that the jurisdiction must have exhausted all government, community and commercial options. But it also talks about an event or disaster being imminent. So there is this sort of different concepts involved there. You looked at Comdisplan and you've activated. Does that mean that you've taken the view that it's a pre-assessment situation from Tasmania's perspective, that if you have assessed the situation and you form the view that you will not be able reasonably to meet the requirements, that is then the time when you can activate and do activate Comdisplan?
I might throw to the Commissioner shortly, but what would happen, Commissioner, from a fire point of view, I will deal with fire. If I am flagging that we need DAC or something like that, there are certain rules around that and which you rightly point out that we have to make sure we've exhausted the possibilities here.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Sorry, that's exactly my point. Do you have to form the view that you have exhausted, or that it looks as if you will not be, that exhausted in the terms that you've described there, that you will not be able to meet it from your own resources?
Sometimes it's a matter of timeliness here, Commissioner, because if we said we need to get something in place in a certain time and private enterprise is going to take 5 weeks, it's whilst it might be available, it is not something that we can do readily, like in emergency. So in that term, we term that as we've exhausted it. We can't do it. It's not available, or we can't get it. So that is what we do. But when we're moving into this Comdisplan, we're moving away from the Fire Service Act and my jurisdiction into the broader whole of government emergency management area. That's when I have to brief the Commissioner and say we've got some new stuff here that is beyond our remit, beyond our capacity, and we may need to enact DAC, or we may need to get special resourcing through another means, and that's when we're moving into Comdisplan. If I was looking initially, the conversations I'll have with the Director of State Emergency Service, but ultimately it resides with what then becomes the State Controller, and it's the Commissioner of Police. So in short, if we see it as available, or we can deal it with in the moment what we've got, or what we are foreseeing as a problem, that is not the case in the Fire Service Act, but it is in the Emergency Services Act. We can actually be predicting. And so if we've got predictive problems, we are moving into a new legislative framework and arrangements that give us the powers that we need to do that forward-thinking work that I think you're referring to. Hence, we're activating Comdisplan and those arrangements through the State Emergency Management Committee.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything to that, Commissioner?
Commissioner
Look, it's many years ago. We used to be at that stage we had to be exhausted, but now what we do is we notify our Emergency Management Australia or ADF really early. The earlier the better. They need that warning just in case we get to that stage. So we have really robust situations here through our State Emergency Service, Emergency Management Australia, and ADF, who sit around our State Emergency Management Committee table as well. The earlier we can actually advise them we may need assistance, it's really robust system and it works well for us.
Thank you very much indeed. That's a very useful answer as to the practical application of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's questions from me as well. So we're done, Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've been informed there's nothing by way of notification by parties with leave to appear. So I have just two housekeeping matters. The first is, may the witnesses be excused.
Yeah, the witnesses may be excused. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate it. Trust me, Tasmania is not forgotten. When things allow, actually I will be visiting down there and I'd like to meet with you. Tasmania is the only state that the Commission hasn't visited yet because of the conditions. And thank you very much for reminding us again the importance of volunteers in how we respond to disasters, not just in the past but in the future. We appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Chair. Really look forward to meeting the Commission. It'd be great.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the second and final thing I should do in my haste to speak to the Tasmanian witnesses, I did not tender the Tasmanian material, which appear at proposed or intended exhibit 23.4. So I tendered those materials.
23.4. I've got those ticked off as ready, but that's okay. We'll take those as exhibits. Thank you.
No, I think Ms. Hogan-Doran only tendered the material relating to Victoria. So she will tender the material relating to South Australia after lunch.
Okay, I look forward to it. All right.
Well, Chair, I'm looking at the progressive transcript and I realise that I have misinformed Mr. Glover because the progressive transcript tells me that I did tender the Tasmanian material.
Misleading. Sorry.
Well, I think it shows how good my memory is at the moment, Chair.
It goes to show that Tasmania goes in twice.
We got them twice.
We got them twice. They're important. So thank you very much. We will adjourn until 14:30 Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise.
I did. I had no remembrance.
No, that's not that. It's not you tendering that. That's Tasmanian's
No,
response.
I will tender that item as this to this.
The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2.
The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Glover, are we ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed, Chair. Ms Hogan-Doran will be taking these witnesses.
However, Ms Hogan-Doran is taking these witnesses. All right.
We'd like to share the load. Chair, this afternoon we are having two witnesses from South Australia. I call Mr Noel Bamford, APM, Assistant Commissioner, Security and Emergency Management Service, South Australian Police, and Mr Andrew Stark, Deputy Chief Officer at the South Australian Country Fire Service.
Gentlemen, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Both witnesses will affirm.
Mr Bamford, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr Stark, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just recently, the independent review into South Australia's 2019-2020 bushfire season was delivered to the South Australian Government, and the Government's response, together with the review, was published in recent days. The Commissioners have got that. I just want to take you to the Executive Summary, FEC 360 001 0001 at 0004. And just on that first paragraph, the South Australian 2019-2020 bushfire season had the worst conditions on record, and by most accounts the loss of life and property could have been far more severe. I was going to invite you to give a picture to the Commissioners of the challenges faced by the South Australian authorities in meeting the conditions of the 2019-2020 bushfire season.
Thank you. Certainly that has been... sorry, I've got a bit of an echo. All right, I'll continue now. The conditions that we saw that have been obviously tended by our colleagues around the nation saw drought conditions extending across South Australia and below average rainfall for quite some time, and we were well aware that we would be facing very challenging fire conditions as the season continued. And what we did see then was the combination of those long-term climatic effects combined with individual weather occurrences that occurred on particular days that saw catastrophic conditions, sometimes within regions of South Australia, but often across quite widespread areas, under which if fires break out, they are almost impossible to contain, and initial response fall back to life and property protection. And we saw those occur for the first time in November and continued all the way through into January, which was not conditions that have been experienced in South Australia before. We were not unprepared for them, but the risk is of how many and to what extent fires break out under those conditions. And as dreadful and as damaging as the fires that we did have across South Australia, on the most part, we only ever had one significant event going on any particular day at any particular time, unlike the conditions that we saw experienced in New South Wales, where they had multiple serious fires burning across the state under the same weather events. So the fire outcomes and from that the impact on life and property across South Australia could have been so much more than what actually occurred, with as devastating it was to those families and communities directly impacted.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Officer. One of the observations that is made there is that the bushfires burnt under conditions that exceeded the limits of firefighting capacity, and we'll come in shortly to the scenario which anticipates such a circumstance again repeating in the hypothetical of the 2020-2021 bushfire season. But just as you ready yourselves for that season, I just wanted to take you with for the Commissioner's benefit to first the seasonal outlook that's just been recently issued by the Bureau of Meteorology, and I have just two questions from that and the evidence that we heard from Victoria this morning. Could we go to RCN 900 065 0005 and in particular at page 0008? What I'm showing you, gentlemen, is the portion of the July 2020 seasonal outlook that concerns South Australia. We will see that there has been average rainfall, but in the last paragraph concerning South Australia, that it notes that there is low potential for fire activity across South Australia for the winter period, which is considered normal for the time of year. The current climate outlook shows an increased chance of above normal rainfall through to September, which may increase fuel loads in grassland and cropping areas into spring. I'm not sure if you heard the evidence this morning of Deputy Commissioner Stevenson from the South Australian Emergency, from the Victorian Emergency Management Victoria, where he noted that conditions in the west of the state, so that is the west of Victoria, which is to the other side of the border of the east of South Australia, he said that the west of the state, good rainfall means good crops, and potentially, if the conditions persist, the risk is probably more likely in the grasslands and the cropping areas of Victoria. So fast-moving grass fires and fires through harvesting of crops, and we'll need to tailor our preparedness this year to deal with that. If you could just give some insight to the Commissioners, as I apprehend it, but I'd ask you to confirm it, there's potential for similar fire activity in the east of South Australia, and then I'm going to ask some questions about how you manage border issues. So if I could go to you, Deputy Chief Officer Stark, and have you consider the current outlook.
Oh, absolutely. We participate in the development of that outlook. Certainly with the perennial grass growth, which can both be in terms of the different crops that are grown for agricultural purposes, but also a range of other native perennial grasses that certainly when we have wetter winters, we end up with a more increased volume of fuel available for fires. So we would expect to see the potential for that to occur, not just in the southeast, but across different cropping areas, depending on how the season progresses towards the harvest that generally occurs in that August, September, October period at different rates, depending on the particular crop. Also, of course, some of those rainfalls in the northern part of the state, in our native grass areas and Spinifex country, can contribute to some quite large widespread fires in those areas as well. So our planning and consideration of those is well underway and is normal in our cycle of fire risk as it moves from north to south each year. It's really the question of the overall dryness and drought factors and other things in terms of how fast that cycle might start coming into a season, and certainly climate change is affecting that in terms of the early starts that we experience in some seasons.
So just speaking to that issue of early starts, we heard some evidence from Victoria this morning that they'd had fires in June, about 2 weeks ago. Have you had any fire experience over these winter months?
No, not at this stage. The rainfall has not resulted in growth that's caused large grass fires to occur at this time.
All right. There's also an observation in the paragraph above about prescribed burning activities which have been undertaken where conditions have allowed, but opportunities in the foreseeable future may be limited due to fuel conditions because the vegetation is too wet to burn. question I have arises in relation to prescribed burning is, to what extent, if at all, are COVID restrictions impacting your prescribed burning activities and programs? Chief Officer Stark?
In relation to our COVID controls that we've put in place, we restricted the undertaking of hazard reduction burns where they were simply for an ecological purpose, but we've facilitated hazard reduction burns that are being done for a mitigation against fire risk have been continued and approved and have been undertaken where the conditions are appropriate.
And while I'm on the topic of COVID-19 and its impact on firefighting authorities and their capabilities, what plans have you made to deal with the risk of impact of COVID on your operations in the coming fire season?
So the CFS, I'm referring to it at the moment, CFS has developed a best practice guide for COVID-19 response, which has been provided to our volunteers across the state, which addresses the health and well-being of our volunteers and our staff in coordinating them, but also addresses our supply chain in terms of logistics and other support that we might need, which might have some limitations under COVID-19 restrictions more broadly across the community. So that plan is written and has been published and provided to our firefighters.
All right, thank you. That was all I was going to ask on COVID. Is there any additional questions, Chair? No? All right. What I'll do now, if I can have that taken down, Operator, and have brought up the South Australian Emergency Management Arrangements Diagram, which is RCN 900 052 0018. And what I might do is, I think this question ought to go to you, Assistant Commissioner Bamford. In the centre of that diagram in blue, we can see the response operations with the state coordinator at the top. I just ask if you could, in a summary way, describe the way in which response operations are structured within the South Australian arrangements.
Certainly. The diagram is quite self-explanatory. The state coordinator in South Australia is a statutory position created under the Emergency Management Act, and the Commissioner of Police is the state coordinator. The coordinating agency is also identified by the Act, and that is the South Australia Police. And as such, we have an overarching role to make sure that all agencies respond to emergencies and are supported through emergencies. And the main facility for achieving that is the State Emergency Centre. And that is a purpose-built facility that is situated on police property and supported by an area that reports to me called the Emergency and Major Events Section. And so we provide both the facility and the administration support for that centre. Our arrangements in South Australia for emergencies adopt the all hazards and comprehensive approach, so it is PPRR, and we have a state emergency management plan, which is not a plan that is stood up when there is an emergency, but is an ongoing plan that articulates our arrangements and articulates particularly for particular emergencies who is the control agency and is therefore responsible for first response and managing the event. All agencies who are control agencies will either be a control agency or a support agency, depending on whether they're responsible for managing the event. So clearly, for the purposes of this inquiry, the Country Fire Service is the control agency for rural fire. All other agencies will support them in their activities. Police have a dual role. One, we coordinate, but two, we also support.
I see.
I'm not quite sure how much detail you'd like me to go into in relation to this.
No, that's very helpful. And I'll just pause you there because what I would like to do is to seek your assistance and just to understand two diagrams that are included in the South Australian Independent Review. If we could go to FEC 360 001 001 at 0052 and 0053. 52 and 53 are two diagrams of the response leadership framework pre and post declaration. Now, from what you described in terms of the role of that diagram that we saw just a moment ago, which had the state coordinator, which I think you indicated was South Australian Police, sitting at the top of that diagram, I see that on 0053, that is in the post-declaration phase. There's not any explanation about these two diagrams that I've been able to find in clear terms in the report, and I was just wondering if you could assist the commissioners so that we're not led astray.
Okay, so effectively the red box identifies the control agency and their arrangements to respond to their particular emergency. South Australia Police is always the coordination agency, so we're the green box on both of these diagrams. The diagram that talks about pre-declaration relates directly to the Emergency Management Act. Under the Emergency Management Act, if there is no declaration of a major emergency or disaster, then the Police Commissioner essentially has a purely coordinating role and is unable to direct the control agency.
I see.
If there is a major emergency or a disaster, the powers under the Act allow the state coordinator or provide for the state coordinator to, in essence, take charge.
I see.
So once that happens, he is able to give a direction to the control agency.
All right. So that initial diagram that we looked at, which had the state coordinator, is that initial diagram, which was the one which had the blue in the middle, does that assume that a declaration has been made?
No, I think it applies equally to both.
Oh.
The difference being that the state coordinator, without a declaration, can't give a direction, but still has the responsibility under the Act to coordinate the response.
Right.
So managing coordinate is a statutory obligation on the state coordinator.
Thank you. That was a helpful shortcut through what might have otherwise been some analysis I'd have to do. Thank you. All right. Now, so you've given this indication in relation to the circumstances in which the state coordinator, which is from a different branch, the South Australian Police, can give to a control agency such as the South Australian relevant fire authority. To what extent is there existing frameworks that, or documents that control start that again, that informs the way that those two, the police and the Country Fire Authority, would collaborate or cooperate in the course of making decisions about assessment of the risks that are faced in a scenario like we have presented to you?
The State Emergency Management Plan articulates all the roles and responsibilities throughout our arrangements. The Emergency Management Act is the foundation document, and that provides a requirement to stand up a State Emergency Management Committee, and that committee, which is in the green side of the chart, that original chart, has responsibility for ensuring that a State Emergency Management Plan is in fact written and maintained and practiced. So essentially, that is the foundation document, and that explains all the roles and responsibilities, the definitions of the control agencies, the support agencies, the functional support groups, etc., etc.
Can we just clarify which green part? There's lots of green parts there.
The green parts, which I think are headed coordination.
Okay, so that's yeah. So
sorry,
you meant
gone back to the other
the previous diagram.
I know, we got the other diagram. There
Okay,
we go.
thanks.
The green section.
I thought that
Just
might have
one
been the
moment.
previous one.
Planning.
Yes, just one moment.
We'll just go
have
back to that diagram.
We'll have that shown again. There we go. RCN 900
Thank you.
052 0018.
Sorry about that.
No, you can't necessarily see what we're seeing here, so it's just good to clarify that.
Well, they should be seeing what we're seeing here, so we'll
Oh,
make
good
sure
point.
that they are
Yep.
seeing it.
Okay.
Yeah. it was my fault. I jumped back to the other chart. I'm not. I think I've answered your question.
Thank
you. Back to you.
Thank you. What I want to do now is we're going to have that diagram taken down and just ask some questions about your risk assessment processes, and in particular I want to begin at the sort of the higher level in relation to the establishment of the state's emergency risk assessment, and I might have shown the response of the Department of Premier and Cabinet from May 2020, which is PCS 311-001-0012, which is Exhibit 20.7.1. And can we have page 16-0016 shown?
This one.
I want to make sure you can see this, and I'm not sure if you would have a copy of this available to you. What I'm just going to do is I'll read it out just in case you can't see very well from where you're sitting, gentlemen. What is dealt with here is it sets out the history of the development of risk assessment arrangements as contemplated by the National Partnership Agreement for Natural Disaster Resilience, which uses the National Emergency Risk Assessment Guidelines, also known as NERAG. It sets out here the steps that have been taken following recommendations for the development of, and if we can see in 1.24, the development of a state strategic risk assessment, an updated state-level hazard-based risk register, which sets out South Australia's key hazards and risk summary, and then finally an overarching emergency risk management framework. Now, what is subsequently said in this section of the response from the Department of Premier and Cabinet is that the first two of those have been done. That the last one is still to be completed, but should be completed in the first half of this year. Now, it's now July. I just wanted to get an update from you as to the status of the development of the emergency risk management framework in South Australia, if you're able to assist us.
That would be a question for me. Unfortunately, I can't give you an update on that at the moment. Whilst I'm a member of the State Emergency Management Committee, I'm unaware of the actual progress that SAFECOM's taken, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
If you would, thank you. As I said, this is a response from May, and it may be that there's been a little bit of drift in the finalisation of that. But have you been involved in the development of the state strategic risk assessment and the updating of the state-level hazard-based risk register?
Only from the perspective of seeing drafts come through the State Emergency Management Committee, not actually hands-on. That's a task that SAFECOM has taken on. All
right then. Is it something that would be, well, I might ask you, to the extent that you're able to answer, Deputy Chief Officer Stark, is that the development of that strategic risk assessment and hazard-based risk register something that is consulted with by SAFECOM through the South Australian Country Fire Service?
Yes, we've provided advice in terms of the bushfire risks across the state to that process.
All right. Thank you. We'll just take that on notice and follow up when we have in a moment, Assistant Commissioner Bamford. Now, the next matter I needed to take you to is I just have to take you through a couple of points of clarification that you've heard, or amplification in the response to the scenarios. South Australia, I think historically, has been a net deployer of resources. That is, that you've sent others to assist the other states and territories. The response to the scenario, and we'll have the scenario response brought up, it's SAF 524 001 0003, I think. In terms of making the decision as to, or the person who has the responsibility for making the assessment that resources are or about to be exhausted. Assistant Commissioner Bamford, you're the Assistant Commissioner of the South Australian Police. On the other hand, Deputy Chief Officer Stuck, you're the Deputy Chief Officer of the South Australian Country Fire Service. Who's in command or who makes that decision in this scenario?
The Country Fire Service in this scenario makes the decision, and then there are a range of avenues to pursue those capability gaps.
And in terms of the information that is used to make the assessment of resources, is that information fed up from the sort of local management or local incident or hazard leaders? I think is the description it's used in South Australia.
Yes, it's a comprehensive assessment, so it takes into account advice from incidents that may be going, weather information in terms of further potential, the amount of resources that are already engaged from other agencies and support agencies in terms of helping with those current events, as well as the state strategic overview of our overall capacity, and it may include reference to whether or not we have resources already deployed assisting other jurisdictions at the current time.
Just excuse me for a moment. Just give you those. Where's the scenario? Thank you. The first paragraph and answer to question 2, if we can go to the next page. So in the first answer to the first question, you've indicated the method in which the decision is made is to assessment of the resources. That's looking internally. In terms of making the assessment as to whether or not to seek assistance from another jurisdiction, the first paragraph here says that based on the assessment of the statewide resource allocation, the South Australian CFS State Commander and the Deputy State Controller of Fire Hazmat make a recommendation to the CFS Chief Officer. Now, could you just speak to the role of why are there two individuals or two people with these different roles involved in providing that recommendation to the Chief Officer?
So the Deputy State Controller Fire Hazmat are legislative positions under which work with the emergency management arrangements, and so and I am one of those, and a number of my colleagues are, and so that's our role in terms of that cross-agency, what is occurring across the state, what's the potential for other hazards, because often with fire activities we can still be having significant storms and other activities. The state commander is the person who's running the operations, overseeing the operations of the CFS on the day. So they're looking down and into CFS's capability, and the Deputy State Controller is looking at a more strategic level across the state. We combine those views, knowledge and understanding to provide a recommendation to the Chief Officer as to we were approaching a point where capability might be exhausted.
So in the reference there to the statewide resource allocation, is there a strategic approach to that? That is that, on, for example, on a rolling basis, say each week, which is what we've heard from some other jurisdictions, each week a strategic resource strategy or position is developed, and then that is updated during the course of the fire season? How does that work in South Australia?
So that tempo changes with the potential. So it's regularly done 2 times a week here in South Australia, but if the nature of the weather and when we were facing and experiencing catastrophic forecast conditions, it was done on a daily basis to make sure that we understood that we weren't, as incidents broke out and resources were being committed to them, that we understand the what percentage of our resources at a regional level and then at a state level are committed to to the current incidents.
The answer here in describing how the decision to seek assistance is made doesn't speak to the temporal element. So it's not giving us a sense of, it does make plain that it's not a requirement that resources be exhausted before you would seek assistance, but to what extent do you make forecasts and then seek assistance in anticipation of those forecasts coming good?
So, as I say, on Monday mornings and Thursday mornings, we review the forecast weather against the allocated and current deployed resources, and we look ahead for the next 4, 8, 12 days, as long as depending on the advice from our embedded meteorologist as to their confidence on the forecast about deteriorating fire conditions. So sometimes it might be 10 days out. There is a potential with a 30% confidence factor. Sometimes the forecast, particularly as the weather moves from west to east across the country, that their confidence might, even 10 days out, might be that it's 60% that we're going to experience catastrophic conditions. So we're following we're considering the specialist meteorologist's advice in terms of what we expect, so that we would make those requests ahead of us actually being exhausted of our capability.
All right. Now, before we get into the mechanics of actually accessing those external resources or those interstate resources, I want to go to 2B, which concerns seeking assistance from the Australian government. In the second paragraph of the response, it's referred to the Chief Officer's SACFS will advise the State Coordinator when assessment has been made that the State's resources will be exhausted in accordance with paragraph 1 and request that assistance be sought in accordance with the COMDIS plan. Now, Assistant Commissioner Bamford, that's likely to be you or your senior in that role as State Coordinator, and Commissioner Stark, Deputy Chief Officer Stark, that you or your senior officer providing that advice. How that is a under the COMDIS plan test, there is the threshold requires there to have been an exhaustion of the local resources, or is that how it is understood by you as the State Coordinator, that it requires that there will be an exhaustion or there has been an exhaustion? I'm just trying to get some sense from you as to your understanding of the operation of that threshold.
Just before we give a more... Excuse us for a second. We should... Yep, we're back with you. Before we go to that, it's important that we don't seek firefighting resources from ADF. So in terms of local resources being exhausted in this case, it would be in terms of the logistics, which might be about moving personnel around the state or other logistics functions, and that's why we defer straight to the COMDIS plan arrangement, because we wouldn't be seeking firefighters for this type of activity. But I'll hand over for more detail.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's probably worthwhile describing our operations from a state perspective. Initially, in any situation, the CFS will be responding as the control agency, and effectively, it's their show. If the event becomes large and significant, it's highly likely that the CFS will contact my office, as my office is the contact on behalf of the State Coordinator, and advise of an incident that is worthy of a briefing of the State Emergency Centre. We will then stand that centre up and call all the parties in. So all the control agencies, all the support agencies and all the functional support groups will come together, and BOM and the CFS will brief everybody, including the State Coordinator, on what the situation is. One of the functional support groups, of course, is logistics, but there are many other support groups that would be able to provide additional resources to support the control agency. So that process will be ongoing, and depending on the nature of the event, it could be a daily briefing, it could be a 24/7 stand-up, and we're briefing on the hour. So we would anticipate through that briefing system that we would identify that we were running out of resources and that in the near future we would need some assistance. In the State Emergency Centre, of course, we have ADF liaison officers there, so they're listening to what's going on. And we have arrangements with EMA that either they will receive the copy of every briefing electronically, or if it's an ongoing event, we have an arrangement with EMA that they will fly a liaison officer into Adelaide and we'll have a person embedded into the State Emergency Centre. So everybody's talking constantly and identifying how we're going from a resource perspective. And so it's not a case of we've exhausted all of our resources, we need to go to the ComDis plan. We will be having those conversations in the background, sometimes days out. And Defence will be identifying what they could assist us with. EMA will be identifying what Commonwealth resources could possibly be of assistance to us.
So as I understand it, the presence of the Defence liaison officers in the State Emergency Centre depends upon the activation of that centre. So it's not that they're deployed throughout the year or that there is a rolling engagement with the ADF in terms of a longer term preparation. Is that right?
We have ongoing discussions with ADF, the local ADF, and we encourage any control agency to request a briefing of the SEC prior to any predicted, in this case, fire weather. If CFS are concerned of a particularly bad day coming up, they're encouraged to request a briefing, and ADF would turn up to that briefing. So there may not even be an event going. It will be a pre-event briefing that we're coming up for a bad day or a bad week.
I'm going to come back to the issue of the threshold in just a moment. I'm just trying to understand a recommendation that's been made by the independent review. If we could just have FEC 360-001 at 0009. This is in the executive summary of the recommendations, gentlemen, so to have an opportunity to... It's number 8. Which is doing, there's a recommendation made from the review to engage with the Australian Defence Force, ADF, once or twice a year to understand the capabilities that could potentially be deployed. And then it goes on to a second aspect of that, to educate your IMTs about how to deploy ADF assistance effectively and develop a streamlined call-out procedure. If I just invite you just to speak to that, it may be that this is raising a slightly different point to the point that I had raised with you initially, Assistant Commissioner Bamford.
Yeah, okay. I'll talk directly to that recommendation in a minute. But I think it's worthy of note that we follow a recommendation that came out of the 2009 Victoria Bushfire Royal Commission, whereby it was recommended that EMA provide a pre-season briefing every year.
Yes.
We have been doing that for many years. And so the Director General of EMA comes to Adelaide once a year to do a pre-bushfire briefing, which generally SAPOL hosts, and he provides a full briefing with ADF on what capabilities are likely to be available, reminds people of the process to apply, and so on and so forth. So that is done annually. I believe that the recommendation 8 from the Independent is talking to a general lack of understanding by state government agencies of what capabilities ADF actually has available in South Australia during the bushfire season.
I understand.
And so this came out of the deployment of ADF to Kangaroo Island, and there was essentially a lack of understanding of what they could do.
I see. So this is more once deployed to provide, for example, logistic support, what was the capabilities that were within that wheelhouse, so to speak? Is that a fair... We've just got a pause on the video. Nope.
Yeah, you've just dropped out slightly.
We've lost the vision.
If you could repeat the question.
We'll just pause one moment. We can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
While it's coming back, Ms Hogan-Doran, you might want to just go down the path of, rather than requesting a capability, requesting an effect, I think came out from previous witnesses, and whether that's been streamlined in.
They're back. Here we go. And I understand, Commissioners. So, gentlemen, we can see you now. I understand, Commissioners, while there's some disturbance in the video, it's the autocorrect on their camera. So
it's focusing behind and then back.
That's
back
right. Yeah. That's why there's some instability in the vision.
We're just going to put the blind down.
Which is a bummer because you've got the best
got a lovely
backdrop
view.
of any of
Had
us.
the best view yet.
It's a beautiful day in Adelaide.
Yeah, I won't tell you what it's like in Canberra, but you can guess.
It's Canberra.
We'll just wait for that to be finalised.
Thank you.
Now, the Chair was just raising with me to ask me to clarify with you. We've had some evidence, including from the ADF itself, as to the desirability from their perspective of not just so much them telling you about their capabilities, but having a clear sense from the requesting state what is the effect that is sought to be achieved, and they'll determine how that can be done. Have you had any experience in dealing with that that question? And you seem to be nodding your head there, Assistant Commissioner Bamford.
Yes, that's exactly the arrangements. Defence always like to be given a task, not asked to supply 5 helicopters or something like that. We understand that. I think the issue for the deployment to Kangaroo Island was a significant contingent arrived and then asked us, what do you want us to do? Which problematic, because then it was a question of a chicken and egg. So what can you do? Well, you tell us what you want us to do and we'll tell you whether we can do it. We got over that fairly quickly. But the outcome and the reason for the recommendation is if we had an idea about what their capability was, we could frame our requests against that. But you're absolutely correct. An effect-based request is the preferred approach from Defence.
And am I right in understanding that, and I think it's made clear from page 79 of the report, that there's an observation made there that that ADF capabilities are not well understood by civilian agencies nor the community. So while not so necessarily you both having a full understanding or a good understanding of their capability and the effect that could be achieved, local government and other people assisting immediate relief and subsequently recovery effort on the ground, for example, on Kangaroo Island, just may not have any good insights into that.
That's correct, because ADF have a relatively light footprint in South Australia compared to some other jurisdictions, and the deployment of those resources have been few and well spaced apart, notwithstanding, though, that we have a very long and ongoing arrangement with RAAF in terms of accessing Edinburgh RAF base for supporting our air operations in terms of aircraft, and from time to time moving personnel out to other jurisdictions, as occurred this year, flying them direct from that facility to fires in northern New South Wales. So, but that the community wouldn't necessarily see or seek to understand those arrangements.
And Chair, just noting that recommendation, paragraph 8, where it referred to educate IMTs about how to deploy ADF assistance effectively and develop a streamlined call-out procedure. The reference to call-out there is more not in its technical sense under the DAC arrangement.
No, I took it in the way it was intended, I think.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for that. So what what observations let me just have you taken to SAF 203 0005 0017 at question 38. I'm not sure if I've got the page for that. Uh, 45 0045 it is. So, no, it's not. Operator? I'll give you a second reference. SAF 203 0004 0017 at 0046. There we go, 39. 39.2, so this was in a context of a question that was posed to the South Australian Country Fire Service to describe opportunities to improve national coordination arrangements involving defence and or the ADF during a natural disaster. And some of the matters that were proposed for improvement was 39.2.2, if you can see that there, gentlemen. Changes are required to the provisions of ComDis plan to enable the planned request for Commonwealth and in particular ADF resources to support an emergency operation at a level less than the current threshold. At what level do you suggest it ought to be set?
So I guess reflecting on the things that the questions you've asked here and the framework and what we've talked about in terms of Defence's low footprint here in South Australia, it's almost a very rare, well, there's really no DAC1 arrangements here in this jurisdiction that may be exercised more formally in other jurisdictions where there are large contingents, particularly in terms of Army personnel. In South Australia, most of those arrangements turn to reservists, often which come from members of the emergency services. So we're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul in sometimes of those terms. And so it was a question of whether ADF and the agencies could meet to further define and plan for those arrangements in the future.
All right. Commissioners, Chair, I'm going to leave this topic. Do you have any further questions on the defence? Yes.
I do indirectly, and I want to go back, but it'll come to this point. Can we go to the original document, SAF.524.001.0004? I'll ask the question, then we're going to go to the diagram that's got the green boxes on it again. I don't know what that one's referenced, but I think we all know that one. So that one there.
This one?
Yeah, so it's question 4. Can you just highlight question 4? Yeah, so I just want to understand your emergency management plan. So criteria is to assess the South Australia's capacity to deal with the natural disaster as outlined in a hierarchy of legislation and policy. State Emergency Management Act, State Emergency Management Plan, and the hazard specific sub-plan. So if we can leave that, can we leave that there and then pull on top of that diagram from before, the chart? Because I want to come back to this. Added degree of difficulty for our operators. That's the one.
Okay. RCN 900 052 0018.
I just want to be able to flick between the two, that's all.
I don't know if we can do that.
That's right.
We'll find out.
He's pretty good. So just on the State Emergency Management Plan, the SEMP, where is that owned in that those green series of boxes?
The State Emergency Management Committee is obliged under the Emergency Management Act to ensure that the SEMP is written and maintained.
Okay, thank you. The hazard-specific sub-plans, where are they owned in there?
the State Emergency Management Plan, the SEMP, articulates the hazard leaders, which are essentially control agencies, and they are required to write the hazard plan, and then they submit it back through.
Okay, can we go back to the previous document? No, that's good, because it's given me a good understanding for the next question. So the next paragraph, through the subplan, each hazard leader identifies the resource capacity of their own agency as well as that of supporting agencies or other organisations directly involved, such as local government, non-government organisations. Each subplan identifies resources available within South Australia to respond to the emerging risk. The question I've got for you is those hazard subplans will be done by each specific hazard leader. You only have finite resources. To me, that indicates that each subplan will be drawing on the same support organisations and the same support capacities. If you were to have a concurrent natural disaster, is it acknowledged that actually right there and then you may have already exhausted your support organisation? So do you have a contingency already in train at that State Emergency Management Committee level? So does that committee level look at these in isolation, or does it look at them together and look at the aggregated risk of these various plans and then have mitigation strategies in place to address those?
I'm hesitating because it's a fairly large question.
Yeah, sorry about that, but it's just, I'm just trying to get, if you've got subplans all relying on the same support, is it acknowledged that they're all on the same support? So if you have one emergency, that's not a problem, but if you actually have two types running together, which is, we could say is unprecedented, but probably not, is that acknowledged, and has it already been thought out just a little bit? I know these are dynamic events, but at least in a planning sense, already thought out that if that was to be the case, we would already need to be drawing on other resources, whether it be from the Commonwealth, other states, or the like.
The short answer is yes. We do contemplate that you could have multiple events running that would have different control agencies and similar resource requirements. It's not unusual to have a day of extreme fire danger and an extreme weather event together. So the SES would be a control agency, but the CFS would also be a control agency, and it's highly likely that they would both provide a report to the State Emergency Centre and therefore the State Coordinator.
Okay, but if they're both trying to draw off the same support organisations, how is that then planned and coordinated?
So that's the role of the police as the coordinating agency.
Yeah.
If there were issues, they'd come to the State Emergency Centre, and we're talking large scale emergency.
Oh no, there's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the role of the State Emergency Centre. The problem would be brought to the table, and the discussion would be had as to how existing resources would be allocated and shared across the control agencies.
Okay, so where I'm going to is back to your planning stage, i.e. when these plans are written and put on the shelf, is that acknowledged, and has it been discussed from a risk mitigation point of view, or do you just leave it to the response and sort it out at that point?
No. So when we put up our rural fire hazard plan,
yeah,
the step before it goes to the committee, there is an assurance process where it goes around all the other plan holders to ensure that we haven't either assumed or duplicated or over-allocated the capability of a support agency across numerous plans. So they have an opportunity to describe that capability or limit that capability before the plan is adopted, so we know at that point, at what point where we had cascading events where we would be running out of our support capability as an agency.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in that contingency planning then, in that looking at that, you would already have a plan or something in the wings that would say if we reach that point, we already need to activate Commonwealth support or whatever, so you don't have to wait till the event. wait further down. You already have the thoughts in train, like you're short in a certain logistic area or a certain transport area or a certain area, and you know your vulnerabilities, and therefore you've already pre-thought out what your support requirements may be. Again, in a broad term.
Yes,
yeah, that's correct.
And including in terms of those, in case of logistics, those other functions that are performed by business and airlines and contract aircraft and other things before we move to ComDisplan and ADF support for, say, the movement of personnel and other things. So to exhaust local capability before Commonwealth capability is sought.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bennett?
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand some of these issues about your position about when you do and don't activate a request to the ADF. Ms Hogendorn took you to the bit where you said you think that the level should be less than the current threshold. And I thought that your understanding was that the threshold was that you had to see a reasonable likelihood or an actual happening that you have utilised all your available resources. Then you made the observation that one of the problems, as I understand it, was that a difficulty there where you do activate the ADF, they then turn to reservists who are often members of your own emergency services. And I think that's what you referred to, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. That's right. But at the same time, and then what you suggested was there could be a meeting to define and plan for those arrangements. But at the same time, there must be capacity within the ADF structure that you don't necessarily have within your own emergency services structure. So I'm asking, that's not a statement, that's a question, because, I mean, which would you prefer? Not to have the ADF availability at all so that you don't lose your personnel reservists who are in the state emergency services or volunteers into the ADF? Because are you saying that if you didn't lose them there, you'd have all your own resources? But that's a circle, because if you assume that these people would give you sufficient resources to meet the emergency, you wouldn't want to call on the ADF anyway, because you wouldn't have you wouldn't have met any threshold. So I'm not quite sure what your position is, if you know what I mean. I mean, if you're saying, well, if we had our own people all the time in our own emergency services, we can meet anything, and so we haven't passed the ComDisplan threshold. But once you've estimated that you can't, then that's when you activate it and you go to the ADF. And the fact that they utilise some of the reservists is just part and parcel of that, because you couldn't have done it anyway. Do you see what I'm getting at? It's a circular issue, the way you put it, I thought. I just want to understand, so what I do want to understand is exactly what is the position for when you say to yourself, we need the ADF, even if they're going to take some of your emergency services personnel into the reserves.
It is always only some. I never suggested that.
Oh, no, I don't mean all of them. No, that I'm not suggesting your entire emergency service personnel go into the reserve ADF force. But when you're looking at what's happening, what actually then is the threshold that you apply for when you're making an assessment to call in, to go to the EMA or the ADF directly and go and activate ComDisplan or DAC?
So for CFS, it's either the logistics for moving people around and often associated with interstate deployments, or it gets handed over because it's actually in the relief and recovery phase. Often CFS is still a control agency in the relief phase, and so often those ComDisplan requests are starting to be developed before the fire has been handed from the control agency of CFS over to recovery for the recovery phase, and that's the area where those requests are normally being generated when we're involved.
Right, and because you've worked out that you don't, in effect, you don't believe you will have sufficient local resources to be able to achieve all of those outcomes in the recovery, at the recovery stage, for example.
Yes, because we can see the gaps that are going to occur, and we don't just say we're not in charge anymore, here you are at recovery, and by the way, here's a whole lot of problems. We've been meeting at the State Emergency Centre talking about the logistics and support stream that are going to be required during the recovery phase. It's just technically that we're still a control agency until it's handed over recovery, but we seek to make that a continuum so that community don't fall into a gap between the transfer of responsibility.
And part of that assessment is that you know that some of these reservists actually will be, some of them will be drawn from some of your otherwise available emergency personnel.
Oh, it doesn't impact on our decisions. We just know that's a consequence of the decision we make.
I see. Now I think I understand. Thank you.
If I could just add to that, our State Emergency Management Plan contemplates a transitionary period between response and recovery. And I think a good example is that post bushfire, there are a lot of commercial enterprises out there that are quite capable of operating in the recovery space, building fences and doing a range of things. The difficulty is standing them up in a timely way. And one of the benefits of ADF is if they were able to be rolled out, then they could do some very quick and highly required activities in the short term until we can stand up commercial enterprises to take over.
Thank you. That puts it very well in perspective. Thank you.
All right. Yes? Okay. All right then. We're in question 4, but I'm actually going to go back to question 3. Actually, I won't take you to a question. The scenario generally, the response from South Australia doesn't set out the way in which South Australia would seek the interstate assistance, although it does refer to the assistance interstate arrangements. I think might be a reference to the AIA agreement. I wondered whether this is, in a sense, a truly hypothetical scenario for South Australia, because as I understand it, South Australia hasn't taken any interstate firefighters for some years to assist South Australia in firefighting. There has been some sort of minor support from other jurisdictions, but otherwise you've been, in effect, self-sufficient, or you haven't required additional resources. Is that right, Officer Stark?
Yeah, that's correct. 2015-16 season was the last time firefighters were sought from another jurisdiction to assist with fires in South Australia.
Right, so it is truly hypothetical. So how would you, well, not hypothetical, but you're not going to be drawing on very recent experience. How would you approach the problem of resourcing from interstate? Would it be on a bilateral basis, or would it be through the AFAC, National Resource Sharing Centre arrangements, which have come to the fore in those more recent years?
Through the AFAC National Resource Sharing Arrangements.
All right. And you've had some experience of those sharing arrangements as the means by which you've deployed your South Australian contingents to other jurisdictions. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And
yes.
and how have you found what opportunities do you see to improve that resource sharing process, at least from the perspective of your experience of sharing your people with other jurisdictions?
Look,
it's probably a big question.
Yeah, the processes in terms of deploying our firefighters, ensuring that they are effectively tasked and used in that other jurisdiction, which has been effectively managed with liaison officers and our own leaders who we send with those deployments, in combination of the well-being and care that needs to be taken of people when they're working in unfamiliar jurisdictions, sometimes with equipment of other agencies and what can be not only fatiguing fire conditions, but often in very fatigued and affected communities where they're being hosted. But we always get very positive feedback in terms of the way we conduct ourselves, our firefighters conduct ourselves, the process of the resource sharing, the current arrangements. We have actually deployed senior officers to assist in the National Resource Sharing Centre, to assist with the coordination and the ongoing monitoring of deployed resources to other jurisdictions. And I think funding that meant that those functions could be performed rather than seconding officers at a time of heightened activity to undertake that coordination would probably be the most effective improvement that could be made.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to unpack that in a couple of ways. If we could go to the first thing is in the South Australian Independent Review, there's a finding made about interstate deployment capability in at 6.10.1. That's at FEC 360-001-0086. Now, this is speaking to the most recent fire season, and it picks up some of the observations you just made then, Officer Stark, that deploying personnel, that's the bolded paragraph, operator, deploying personnel to interstate fires through the AFAC arrangements resulted in organisational fatigue during the 2019-2020 bushfire season, which was characterised by campaign fires. And then at the bottom of the page, interstate deployments did have a cumulative impact on the availability of firefighters and other key personnel when fires broke out in South Australia. And it also increased the demands on available firefighters and raised concerns about their welfare and fatigue management, with some reporting that at times they felt physically and mentally exhausted. And now you picked up on that, Officer Stark, and that must have been a very significant challenge for being in a state of readiness for the fires when they then took hold in South Australia.
Absolutely. The deployment cycle we operate on meant that we were sending crews away for up to 5 days' work with a day's travel either side, yes. Quite short rotations. And before each and every deployment, even on ongoing cycles, the question of our current capability with the conditions as they deteriorated as we moved into the season, plus the ongoing fatigue and whether people were doing multiple rotations was considered at every point. But that was in the context of the unprecedented conditions that were occurring in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales, and whether the activities and firefighting that was required there was valid, and whether community and lives were at risk. And we had to balance those requests through, and it was taken into consideration before each and every deployment was agreed to. And when we chose to withdraw our support from the deployments to New South Wales, that there were still active fires, and many fires continued to break out of those, but we had to make that balance. And certainly we knew that we were going to have significant fires, inevitable with the weather conditions we were facing, and we knew that fatigue was going to be an issue, but we were providing the assistance for the fires that were occurring, but it was foremost in our decision making at the time.
Just while you're dealing with that, having had that experience of the 2019-2020 bushfire season, how does that inform your willingness to make available your firefighters for future deployments in future seasons?
You always look back to look forward, and so, of course, with our reviews and our reflections on the season. Those decisions we've made will reflect on those, and they will impact on the decisions we make in the future. But any future requests in the coming season or the subsequent seasons will be made as we do now. What is the level of activity in the jurisdiction that's seeking the assistance? You know, what level of impact is on the community, and how what level are we prepared to reduce our capability and capacity within South Australia while we're assisting those other jurisdictions will be part of the things that we consider at all times.
In terms of the people who were deployed, were they from all parts of the fire service? Were they volunteers, or were they paid? What was the mix? Are you able to speak to that? Was there any particular characteristic of it?
We deployed volunteers from the Country Fire Service. We deployed seasonal paid firefighters from the Department of Environment and Water. We paid deployed paid firefighters from Metropolitan Fire Service. We deployed SES volunteers and personnel who assisted with coordination and incident management roles as well. So it was from right across the emergency services sector in South Australia, but CFS takes the lead in terms of fire deployments, in terms of interagency support to other fire agencies. And
I might just have the Commissioner shown the second column, which makes the point that from September through to late December 2019, South Australia provided around 2,000 firefighters to other states, with approximately 70 to 130 firefighters and IMT personnel deployed at any one time, which is a very significant commitment. Is that one of the largest commitments by South Australia in other jurisdictions in your experience, Officer Stark?
That's the largest deployment that's occurred from South Australia, and that was a large deployment in the context of the national assistance that was given this year.
All right. Chair?
And just a question, and I apologise, I might have missed it if you'd answered it, but you obviously knew where your firefighters were deployed and you had an idea where they were. Were you kept abreast of the tasking that they had the whole time so that you could manage their fatigue, at least have an idea of how fatigued they might be from sitting back in South Australia if you needed to bring them back? Or is there not a system to be able to do that?
Oh, absolutely. So I had a liaison officer at RFS headquarters, but also then at each incident management team that had our firefighters under their control, had another liaison officer who provided daily briefs to myself and the other commanders in terms of the actual tasking, so we knew when they were engaged in more arduous firefighting, such as property protection and community protection activities, and at other times when they were involved in mopping up or patrolling activities, particularly as fire operations got on top of some of those fires in northern New South Wales. So we knew daily how long they'd been in the field and the types of tasks that they'd been involved in, and how they felt that they were being used in terms of the validness of the task that they'd been undertaking each day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And just in the paragraph above that, I just want to ask a question. To add to the situation, I'm just quoting now from the top of that paragraph, just the first paragraph, to add to the situation, interstate agencies were unable to provide any assistance to South Australia due to the major fires that were burning in their own areas, and this lack of interstate support, although understandable, stretched South Australian resources to capacity. Now, I won't go on to the and the review commends agencies for being able to meet the significant simultaneous challenges. The question I have arising out of that, and you've already spoken about not having received any resources from any firefighting resources from other states or territories, were there any requests by South Australia to other jurisdictions, either bilaterally or through the NRSC arrangements, for firefighting deployments that weren't met?
No.
All right. All right then. Now.
You still with us?
Chair?
Yeah, sorry. Just.
No, that's okay. Just check.
We've got a countdown clock.
Okay.
That's all right. Now, Commissioner Bamford, we need to have you gone very shortly.
Half an hour.
Half an hour. Oh, we'll be finished well before that. That's all right. Commissioner Bamford has an important
No,
COVID.
and we'll be finished well before that as well, so that's okay.
We will. Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about the aerial resources that were deployed through NAFC. Now, we heard some evidence this morning from, just before lunch, from Commissioner Arnold from Tasmania, that there was a strategy for the deployment of aerial resources being developed within AFAC that's going to be considered by COSC. I wanted to get a sense from you as to your use of aerial resources and what your planning or expectation is for being able to access aerial resources in future fire seasons.
Sorry, can you
I'll start that again.
be a little bit more specific?
More specific? All right. I'll have shown, I was trying to do the quick way, I'll have shown
Sorry.
the, I'm not sure which one to go to first. SAF 203 004 0017. At 0056. Now this is a response by the South Australian Country Fire Service to a question about challenges in relation to the sharing of aerial assets between states and territories. So one of the challenges that is identified is being unable to easily determine the availability of resources from other jurisdictions, whether they're currently operationally deployed is what is put there, and then competing demands for resources from other jurisdictions is then the next one that is identified, and then other issues such as timeliness and the costs involved, and also acquittals. I wanted to get a sense from you, if you're able, to give some insights to the commissioners about how these challenges are these challenges being addressed, either through NAFC itself or perhaps through the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee.
So we have visibility of where the entire NAFC fleet is around the country in terms of where it's located through the tracking systems and the software that NAFC have developed from that. But on a given day, I can't see what the forward planning for that particular aircraft is from another agency, whether they've determined if a large air tanker is located at Albury in southern New South Wales, is that in the minds of the RFS to be to working back to the Great Divide to the east, or is that being pre-positioned for assistance to Victoria or to South Australia? And equally, if I move our Ericsson air crane down to the southeast of South Australia and to Mount Gambier, an area that's close to border to Victoria, I don't. There's not a way that I share our thoughts and planning in relation to Victoria. But we tell them that resource is there, and they might seek to use that. But if we then draw that back, they don't know that we might be planning to have it there for the first 6 hours of the day, and then to move it further north. So, and that goes to the expertise and the knowledge of our aircraft managers who are seeking to spread what is a scarce resource across the jurisdiction in the best way. So it's there as an observation, as a challenge, that not necessarily a database or a register is ever going to solve, because it's got that human intellect and judgment that goes into making those decisions around those resources.
So is there some kind of, we understand from the evidence from the Tasmanian Commissioner Arnold that there's a strategy being developed in relation to aerial resources. Have you had any input into that?
Yes, we're contributing to the work that's being done there, because our assets here are contracted through the NAFSI arrangements.
All right. And are you anticipating that those challenges that are set out here will be addressed by the strategy?
I think some of those challenges will be, but I think some will always exist, as I said, because as a weather event moves across the jurisdiction, there has to be some very rapid and significant changes to plans that are put in place as incidents occur or demands are placed on a particular jurisdiction, because they are always will remain a scarce resource, some of those critical air assets.
Right. That's the only question I had on that, Chair. Did you have any more? No? Yes. Commissioner McIntosh has a question for you.
Yeah, thanks. You just said that a database wouldn't necessarily help with that. I just wondered, wouldn't it provide some assistance if you had both being able to track your resources and had some idea of what their likely usage is over the coming few days?
Well, we can already see that now from where they're pre-positioned. My senior aircraft managers, with their experience, can see where, because we know where operational activities occurring in other jurisdictions as well as our own. But it's those rapid decisions in terms of when either an aircraft's deployed or moved to another part of a state by a jurisdiction, then I'm not sure that the database would capture the planning and thoughts of the agency who are making those movements in the shorter term.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
All right, that was all I had on that issue. I wanted now, I've nearly finished with the specific questions I needed to raise with you. Another question is on the national coordination of emergency management training and core competencies and commonality of skills and the transportability of qualifications, which was came up in evidence with the Victorian and Tasmanian commissioners this morning and before lunch. Can I take you to SAF 203 004 0043 and paragraph 34.1, which is it's page 27 of your bundle, Officer Stark. And it's
Yes.
now shown here. You make the observation here, in which Commissioner Bennett has asked some questions today concerning training, that there's not a focus on the national coordination of emergency management training, rather a focus on the national provision of training packages with core competencies, commonality of skills and qualifications. And then you make the point, though, that even with registered training organisations across the fire and emergency services sector, transportability of qualifications is not universally accepted. Without a national registration system, agencies will continue to determine how they will individually treat those presenting with external for qualifications. I want to ask a couple of questions out of this. The first is, what are some of the consequences of having to individually treat those presenting with external qualifications? Is that creating some sort of delay or confusion in incorporating those emergency personnel into your services, or vice versa?
It is, but it's a very low number, though. So it always provides challenges and processes that need to work through. But the number of volunteer firefighters who move between jurisdictions in the scheme of the total number of volunteer firefighters that are in each jurisdiction is quite a low number, but we responded specifically to the the question that was asked.
I see. All right. I think you gave some evidence earlier about private firefighters or contracted firefighters participating, and we have heard some evidence that in South Australia, private plantations have industry brigades that are part of the CFA. Do they participate in your state agency training, and then can they be deployed interstate?
I was talking about people who are on contract with the Department of Environment and Water.
Oh, you were, that's right.
So the legislation has just been amended in South Australia to enable us to establish industry brigades in plantations, mines and other industries similar to the arrangements in Victoria, and the regulations to enable that those changes to the Act are being drawn up at this time.
I see. All right. Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand. I know that you say that it hasn't been a problem to date, but I mean, looking ahead, if we're going to have more, if this is not, as we say, unprecedented now, that as the Chair said, it is precedented, and we're going to have more difficulties with disasters, both with regard to people coming into South Australia and people going from South Australia by reason of the need to have cross-jurisdictional assistance. I'm trying to understand 34.1. We've already heard, for example, we've had various answers or descriptions that, yes, there can be some core competency, but of course different jurisdictions can have different types of fires. Tasmania doesn't have grass fires. People who are used to dealing with grass fires aren't necessarily used to inhospitable and remote terrain. I mean, things like that, and you've got different competencies in that sort of area. But that's not what this 34.1, I appreciate you say you don't have you haven't had to deal with this so much, but can you just explain to me what you mean by there's not a focus on the national coordination of emergency management training rather than a focus on just the national provision of training packages with core competencies? Can you just explain that to me, please? Okay,
so I might address, there were a couple of comments you made there. So the first one is the question of whether people's training isn't applied when deployments are made. So the resource sharing agreements acknowledge that the deploying agency, so when we deploy people to New South Wales accepts that people are trained to the required training standards in South Australia. So the portability of qualifications isn't in relation to deployment. That's if somebody leaves one fire service and wants to become a member of another fire service. So that's never at the point of deployment are we asking people to show it's our responsibility to make sure we only deploy people who are qualified under our South Australian arrangements. The second part there, the comment in relation to emergency management training is the public, so the training stream relates to the firefighting skills, and what we were alluding to there was those coordinated emergency management training, which are those high-level skills that aren't part of the national training package. So those a liaison officer role or those other skills that where we deploy people to assist and coordinate responses, as opposed to the firefighting where people are holding a hose or doing those other field activities.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Does that extend to the concept of emergency management training outside firefighters? I mean, broad-ranging emergency management training and yes, training for that across jurisdiction. I understand there are some basic firefighting skills that are taught and trained, and that's what I think you refer to if people want to go from one brigade in one jurisdiction to another. But what about broader emergency management training? Is there such a thing on a national level, so far as you're aware?
It's limited. So there are some packages that exist, but not a comprehensive package, that I think that you were seeking us to describe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Chair, I just have one more question, and I'll address it to you, Assistant Commissioner Bamford. Although it is based on an answer from the Country Fire Service. If we could go back to page 0024, I think we're in the same document, SAF 203 004 0017. Yes? We could have paragraph C and the two paragraphs that follow, 5.3 and 5.4. Commissioners, this is a question about opportunities for additional Commonwealth involvement in facilitating a coordinated response between Commonwealth, state, territory and local governments and authorities in relation to preparing for, responding to and recovering from natural disasters. Now, I'm coming to you, Assistant Commissioner Bamford, because of your role as the state coordinator. Deputy Chief Officer Stark has already made the point about further funding for activities to support the NRSC in relation to staffing of roles, undertaking interstate coordination, having made that point that he has to deploy his own people in to do that or second those people in. But the next paragraph is 5.4, a project to share the common operating picture consolidated by the Commonwealth through the Home Affairs Department, CCC, to improve the dissemination of information across the nation. And CCC I take to be the Crisis Coordination Committee. Crisis Coordination Centre, yes. Have you had access to that information in the past, and do you see value in that being shared not just in bushfire events but other natural disasters?
I'm not familiar with either of these two dot points. What I can say is that we would absolutely welcome support from the Commonwealth in relation to information sharing, situational awareness. We're aware that there are very accurate satellite imagery and things like that the Commonwealth has. A way of getting that in a timely fashion would be excellent, and that could be used across a range of hazards.
All right. I appreciate you saying you weren't familiar with those, but probably that's as far as I can take that, unless there's anything you wanted to add to that, Deputy Chief Officer Stark.
Oh no, that's been described there.
All right.
So, I will add further. Prior to being here, I was the Chief Officer in the ACT for Rural Fire, and by virtue of having that facility in my jurisdiction, I visit the CCC, and I'm aware that there is national data consolidated from multi-hazard events that would be very preferential to be distributed to the states and territories to be consumed in their state emergency centres.
That's very helpful background information and sharing that experience with the commissioners. I don't know if anything arises from that, Chair.
No, that's an obvious. So if you've seen it, you know what you're missing. That's right.
Yes.
All right. That's all I had in terms of questions for the gentleman.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett, any more? Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, just one. We heard this morning from the Tasmanians, and they described a state fire risk assessment process which ISO compliant and repeatable, and allows them to rank and prioritise fires. I just wondered whether South Australia has a similar process.
It's not an ISO process, but we have a structured policy throughout and doctrine and process and systems in which we identify the risk of every going incident, and we can prioritise those events across the state at any given time.
And that uses sort of a risk-based approach, like probability of impact multiplied by consequence sort of approach?
Absolutely.
Yep. Great. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you.
There's nothing further, and that should release Assistant Commissioner Bamford in good time for his meetings.
Yeah, no, gentlemen, we appreciate you spending the time this afternoon. Very worthwhile, and it's good getting more insight into how South Australia approaches natural hazards. So once again, thank you very much.
Chair, might they both be released from their summonses?
Released from their summons? Yes, they may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Yep.
And just for the record, I was told by Mr. Glover that there was nothing from any other parties that leave to appear.
Okay.
That's all from us today, Chair.
All right. 9:30 tomorrow?
9:30 tomorrow.
Checking. Okay. No. Wait for it. Okay, so we'll adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow morning, Canberra time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
The Royal Commission has adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.